Okay, everybody ready? I didn't hear the bike bell. There you go. That means we're starting the meeting. We got the bike bell. All right, it's 6:07. And today's July 23rd, 2025. No, I don't have the mic on, sorry. I'm not used to these yet. Anyway, again, for the record, it's July 23rd, 2025, and it's 6:07 PM. And I'm calling this meeting of the regular meeting of the Taos School Board to order, please. Anna, would you do roll call?
President Flores, Vice President Spray,
Here.
Secretary Trujillo,
Here.
Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Okay, next is Pledge of Allegiance. Member King, would you lead us, please? In that?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member King. All right, Secretary Trujillo, would you be willing to read the land acknowledgement statement, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 4, land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of our ongoing effort to respectfully recognize, honor, and reconcile and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today.
Thank you, Secretary Trujillo. All right, next is approval of meeting agenda, and there are some changes. My understanding is that there's some changes. One of them, Member King, were you going to make a motion on the?
Yeah, I'll make a
Minutes.
motion to table item 8:17 for consideration of the minutes due to the absentee of 2 of our members until next board meeting.
All right, second. I'll second it. Anna, will you call the roll, please?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. All right, and there was another recommendation made. Do you want, Dr. Layton, would you explain that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, I'm recommending moving the Finance Director section from where it currently is to right before the Superintendent's report. We do have Ms. Sally Martinet online, but to honor some of the time that she's constrained with, we are recommending that we move that right before the Superintendent's report.
Okay, so moved. Second?
A second.
Okay. Anna, will you call the roll, please?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. All right. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? We do. Okay. Then I'm going to read the public comment. Pardon me? Oh, it's still not on. Can you hear me now? Sorry, I got to move closer. I'm not at all used to this. I'm used to the ones that you just hold and talk. All right. Any interested person may submit data, views, or arguments in writing to the board or any on any related school topic by submitting their comments to the Executive Secretary, Ms. Anna Rael. An individual or representative wishing to give public comment shall register prior to participating in public comment. Additionally, when registering for public comment, the speaker shall be required to identify the subject matter of their proposed comment when they register. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes or an amount otherwise designated by the board president at the beginning of the meeting. The board president, in his or her sole discretion, may shorten or lengthen the comment period of time to ensure that the meeting is efficiently and promptly conducted. All speakers are required to abide by all time limitations. All speakers are strongly encouraged to avoid personal attacks, to utilize all administrative avenues for complaint resolution before bringing issues to the board, to avoid identifying students in comments, and to present all comments professionally and respectfully. If you are an individual with a disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or any other form of auxiliary aid or service to attend or to participate in the hearing, please contact the Office of the Superintendent at least 1 week before the meeting or as soon as possible. And I also want to mention that in this process, the board only can listen to what you have to say. We cannot respond to it. So don't think that we have any, don't think that we're just dissing you. We just can't respond at all. So with that, who's on the list to come up? Do you know first? Here comes someone, some brave one, some brave person's coming. Come on up, yes. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Juanita Jaramillo Dudley, and the first on the list is, I signed for Benton Bond, and I'm here to read his letter, and I will present it to you after reading it.
Okay,
Okay. Taos Municipal School Board, to whom it may concern. I, Benton Bond, would like to see the trophy case at Taos High School moved to the old remodeled county courthouse at the Taos Plaza so that the Baton March World War II soldiers would better be honored. Not many get to view the case where it is, and it should be displayed where the public has better access. My father, Major Dal Bond, was captured in the Philippines and was a survivor of the Bataan Death March. He was imprisoned for 3.5 years as prisoner of war under the Japanese. He died in 1991 at 82 years old. I thank you for considering my request. Sincerely, Benton Bond.
okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tell him thank you also, please.
Now I represent myself.
Okay,
in my family, I had 2 uncles that died in the Philippines during the Bataan March. My Uncle Martin was 14 years old when he signed up. He lied about his age, but figuring he wanted to do his patriotic duty after Pearl Harbor, he signed up. And his older brother, Charles Trujillo, also signed up. And they went with numerous troops from New Mexico. And many of the troops from New Mexico were signed to go to Bataan, to the Philippines, whatever the reason it may be. It may have been because of the understanding the Spanish language. I don't know. However, most of New Mexico soldiers recruited during World War II were sent to the Philippines. General Douglas MacArthur left the Philippines at Christmas of 1941. There were 0 USA War Office support contact with the prisoners of war troops for over 3.5 years. April of 1942, forced march from Manila to Camp O'Donnell, 65 miles, was started with 75,000 prisoners of war. The Japanese military, under the Bushido Code of Conduct, the samurai, considered prisoners as being lower than dogs because that was not in the tradition of the samurai tradition of Japan at that time. So these soldiers that were destined to march to Camp O'Donnell were treated with many difficulties. There was malaria, dengue fever, dysentery, and the physical abuse and torture and random killings by the Japanese occurred so that 26,000 prisoners died. But they started out with, in order to start the Bataan War, was pretty close to 80,000 prisoners. My grandfather had many letters written, we still have copies of those, to the U.S. War Office. But he finally learned about his son Martin's death, which was the 14-year-old who died in the first battle in the Philippines. His older brother, my Tio Charles, survived. He survived the march in the POW camp, but with many survivors, including many New Mexico soldiers, were transferred in 1944 to 12 of 17 Japanese hell ships. These hell ships were called hell ships because they were unmarked. Because they were unmarked and carried many of the prisoners of war, they were killed by friendly fire. They figured that it was probably about 19,000 US troops were killed by friendly fire with about 3,000 New Mexico soldiers at that time that never came back, many of them from northern New Mexico. I think that the honors that many families that sacrificed would be good to transfer this display case under the auspices of the VFW and the Taos Historical Society to be removed from the Taos building, the old high school, to the Taos County Courthouse, where the Taos Historical Society has office and space where it can be put on display, where it can be seen publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loveday. Dr. Layton, we can schedule a time to talk about that. Thank you. All right, there was another person, I think, that wanted to make a public comment. Is that correct, Anna? Yes? You, come on up. Welcome.
My name is Leonardo Medina. My father was Roberto Medina, and he was a POW in the Midtown Barge. And it was brought to my attention today that not many people are aware of that that presentation that's over at the old Enos, at the Enos School, and if it's possible to have them transferred to the new courthouse, the old courthouse, the county courthouse, so that more people would be able to, see it. He said that there's a place there that they had already set up in order to put that display for the public to view, especially since Taos is a major tourist attraction. It'd be good to give people the opportunity to be exposed to those presentations.
Thank you for coming.
you.
Thank you for saying all that. Dr. Layton, you might want to call Richard Sanchez, who's in charge of that project for the county, and begin exploring it. Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments you want to make? No?
It's very interesting to hear, and you guys know how patriotic our community is. Military was a way to actually, that was their exit, moving up in the world. So Taos is very patriotic, and I'm glad you guys have brought this to our attention.
Thank you.
Because when we go to Enos, it's going to the classroom. So I think the community would be well served, the state as well as.
Can't say what we're going to do or talk about, just say thank you. All right, thank you, thank you all. All right, we have a presentation next from on Taos High School Flex Friday from Principal Emmy Martinez de Herrera, Ben Mortensen, who's the outreach coordinator for the Friends of the Rio Grande National Monument. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Superintendent Layton. Can we hear? Are we loud enough? School board members, associate superintendent, and our community and presenters this evening. Tonight, we have been asked by the board and approved by the superintendent to bring more information to the group about our Flex Friday programming. So if we can, that's the second part of it, Anna. I sent a PowerPoint that looks something like this. That would be Ben's portion of it, and then this is the.
Principal Emmy, the board does have a copy of the presentation.
We'll go ahead and get started. So this is the form that we're working off of. And as the presentations gets uploaded, I will review the agenda. So the agenda for tonight's presentation is to basically go over our program overview, the purpose of the program that is in your document, the impact that the program has had for our students over the last year and a half, and then any modifications and opportunities that we're looking forward in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and just go over our purpose, keeping in mind that our Flex Friday program, we have made a shift in the name of the program because of the intent. So I will refer to it as our College and Career Enrichment Opportunity Program. So it's like a CEO program that was at the in agreement with our school improvement planning team, that we look at it at with a different lens. Flex Friday, flex a little bit more, flexibility as far as attendance, and we want to really focus on the college and career and the enrichment piece of it. So the idea behind our program aims to provide our rural students with structured time dedicated for college and career readiness. This was student driven. When we had the conversation years ago with students, they brought it to the table before I was in this position and requesting some support, because when they were writing scholarship letters to colleges, what was happening is they were lacking a few of these elements, which included volunteer and community service time. So this program would really support students in rural areas, including some of the things that they typically love to do, which is sports, maybe work, family engagements, and those things of that matter. Our design basically is very flexible and it's structured. I have in your packet dates for these upcoming next semesters, how we've modified and we've refocused on the academic time in the classroom, in addition to intervention, with a nice combination of opportunity that the students have had. What we're looking at here is we want to make sure that these programs, it's not necessarily traditional in a public school, but it incentivizes our students to really engage them, motivate them, and hopefully create a successful pathway to post-secondary education or career. So if you look at the bottom of our program here, we're on this program impact portion. So we had, from the 24-25 school year, 91 students complete internships in diverse fields such as government, as you've seen with our DA's office, education, and healthcare. We have an MOU coming through with our EMT program, the county wanting to enhance that. We had 151 students earning a collective of, and these are our working students in the community, over 200. It was closer, I think, to I think over for sure $200,000 in local wages, giving back to our community in that way. We had 40 students earning 3 or more hours of UNM college credit. So that means that they were taking advantage of our dual credit, which is increasing. We had 155 freshmen receive first aid and CPR certification and training. 138 students participated in our CTE exploration programs, including our collaboration with TK1, the airplane construction, solar installations, cosmetology, our fly fishing program that Mr. Mortensen will talk more about it. 86 students completed credit recovery. So when we talk about our Friday programming, a lot of it is really enhanced on students being outside of the walls of our school, but it's not necessarily only that. When we look at the students that even have completed not only dual credit, but credit recovery, we had 80 students enrolled in that program. So we're closing that gap to reach graduation requirements and graduation. We had 28 students serving as peer mentors through our EQ program, providing valuable support to their classmates. 120 students that were struggling with attendance, indicating the need for improved support systems. So here's where we go to looking at what we want to employ for this upcoming school year. So when you look at a Friday, we're going to be looking at pathways. So the students that remain on campus choose a pathway, and that can be from education, health and human services, law, public safety, ag, engineering. There are a variety of opportunities for students to receive this type of support. In addition to, and this is one of our modifications, the intervention piece, which we've been saying, okay, at the board last time said, well, we have low math scores, low reading scores, what are we doing about it? So this is one way that our Friday programming is able to support students that have that lower scale level of academic in those two areas. So the next thing we look at, we did definitely look at a summary of the program, and we wanted to make sure that we looked at that positive impact and that flexibility and student-centered learning experiences. So we've seen areas that have had significant growth, and then areas where we say we need to revamp and look at, which includes our attendance, Our school improvement team is made up of our school leadership team and other what was called Flex Friday programming team. And they said, we want time back. We want time back from those Fridays. So what we've done is this team came up with and if you can show, the team has it, or the board, I'm sorry, has it in their packet. And that is basically a breakdown. It's the daily schedule. And what that schedule shows is basically an example. And it's this one, Ms. Anna, if you see it, and it's this one, board. And basically what that shows is on a Friday, and again, it's not every single Friday that we have these Fridays. When the calendar on the next page will show you when we have them. But what we would do is we would do an even odd alternating block. They'd be skinny, so they're abbreviated periods, but we'd have the periods included all the way up until lunch. At lunchtime is when students would be able to then do their internships. So we're giving back classroom time to teachers in the class to ensure that we're not pulling and then they're not feeling that they're behind in their curriculum. You see that a lot with honors and AP. Even though we had some really great gains in our AP scores this year, above the state average in 3 different areas. And then the afternoon would be for our CEO blocks. So our college and career enrichment opportunity block 1, and then a block 2, which it would include those enrichment components, which we've reached out to our administration to seek out really a focus on how we can support our students with that intervention piece in reading and in math. So for the ask to say, we want to make sure that students are receiving as much time in the class, we put that back into our schedule. The next page that you will see, basically that's a setup of what our Fridays will look like. So we broke it down to say, okay, what we want to do is instead of testing on Monday through Thursday, make that time sacred for the classroom, but then on any time that we have testing that we can put it on a Friday, that we would want to do that. And that's the model that we're going to look at this year. What we've done with our iReady, we went from a very scattered data point as far as saying this is where our students are rating last year, to be able to this year say we wanted 100% of students tested, and we were very close to that number. And then we were able to really look at the components of students that are in the lower 3 grade levels and below, identify those students, and then start moving them forward. Our PLCs, which are data driven, those are really going to focus on student need, and we're going to be able to see those bubble students. So you have your students that are just say level 1, 2, and 3, the one between 1 and 2, we're going to really work on bumping them up through that PLC. So with this, you'll look at 8 Fridays where we're going to do this CEO program, and then another 8 semester 2. What this program does is with our community partners, which we will be a little bit challenging for them, is they won't get it. They won't have students coming, like the DA's office won't have them coming at 8 o'clock or 7:30 first thing in the morning. They will have to wait until our instruction is completed, and then the students are excused during that time after that. Same thing. And there's been some feedback in regards to programs that, they start their day earlier, but our ask for our community is to really focus on our attendance in school and our academic components, and look at this as just like that opportunity that we're asking our board to look at it, is an enrichment in college and career for our students that typically maybe other high schools in larger areas might have. For example, we are now offering our students the opportunity to receive dual credit through UNM earlier than they had in the past. So that is a really great opportunity. A lot of our staff is now looking at to be able to provide dual credit in addition to the classes they provide while on site at Taos High School. So those are some of the things that we're looking at as far as improving. When we look at the opportunities that this brings, and it's not just for our Friday programming, but I do want to bring up something. Dr. Layton and I believe Associate Superintendent Mondragon was at an innovation zone meeting, and what that focus is on, not specifically that, but there's a rural alliance that focuses on CTE. With that, there's an innovation zone grant that can be up to about $200,000 to focus on CTE. What we need with that is we need to be able to have, and I'm kind of shifting over from our Friday, but this falls under opportunities on Fridays, is that there are grants out there to focus on our career technical education, which is strong at the high school. When you look at a, you know, kind of a small, we're not, I don't want to call us small as our neighboring schools are. But we have a strong CTE program and we want to continue to build that program. With a grant such as this, you can really elevate the opportunities students have. So in addition to our collaboration with our community partners, with UNM, with all of the sources, with the LORE Foundations, with PED, this grant, for example, would be able to elevate our program. One of the requirements is to have a graduate profile. Now, let me see, on this page here, years ago, and Mr. Annetta had asked me, where is this found? So I had to do some research and digging with one of our contracted providers. And this is an example of what had been put together many years ago. And this was just what the ask is a visual. So when you look at, and Dr. Layton and I did some research as far as like Bernalillo and different, states, what does a profile of a Taos High School graduate look like? So when we put this together years ago, it was really focused on emotional intelligence, life skills, goal setting, and academic skills. So as it's evolved in some time, and it's not in its full completion, the next page is this one here, which you have part of your packet, is that it looks very much so in the purview of college and career, which falls under your academics, if that makes sense. So the language behind the intent and the want of that profile is there. It's just with an elevated vocabulary in regards to our CTE and some of the programs we have. So for example, if you look at this, Ms. Anna, can you zoom in a little bit on that? Just even on the few. So, and this is, again, this is a work in progress. This is not something that, the board has been presented before, but with this, it opens doors of opportunity to say, we have a graduate profile, right? So if you look at our career and college readiness through CTE programs, basically there's a few bullets there looking and focusing on our CTE programs, getting them ready for these high demand fields. Also gaining certifications, which we offer, technical skills, which we offer, and workplace experience, which is offered at Taos High School. And then our CEO Fridays expose students to local entrepreneurs, professionals, and leadership development. So those components right there lead to what our school leadership team would say, this is basically what a profile of a graduate looks like. So with that, all this piece is meant to inform the board about the opportunities for grants that we can apply for that then better serve our students in that avenue. Partnerships are booming. We've had with our PTSO partnership, there have been new placements in the community that have been found, and there's at least 20 more. I know that the board's concern, in addition to ours, is making sure our attendance is very clear, that we can say, Emmy, on this day, how many students are on site with you. So I've been looking into a program that's almost like a geo tracker. So we know exactly, if I have students at the DA's office, that they're going to check in through this program I'm going to have to partner with Maria, but I haven't told her that yet. Anyhow, it's a technology based where they basically kind of sign in and it's not anything that's kind of like a Google Doc or anything like that, where I have to pull it. It'd be something I could check in and say, I have 7 students at the DA's office, 7 of 8, or, at the youth center, wherever we have students, at the middle school, wherever we do have students. So with that, I want to introduce Mr. Ben Mortensen, and he was one of our partners. He's been a partner with us for quite some time, and thank you for
happy to be here.
waiting so patiently. He has his presentation, Ms. Anna, so I will step back and I stand for questions after he presents.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for taking the time to hear me out today. As somebody that's worked in the Flex Friday program over the last year and with our students for many years now in the Taos area, I wanted to be able to present to you guys a success story, what worked well for me in Flex Friday and how I'm seeing it benefit my students. So with this slide, I'll be able to jump into that. So I work for Friends of the Rio Grande del Norte. We are a grassroots organization that works towards the preservation and conservation of the national monument, the Rio Grande del Norte National Monument. An important aspect of my work is community engagement with public land and the monument in particular. A way that I'm able to do this in large part is by being able to work with our local students in schools and outside of them, by being able to create opportunities to get kids outside and connected to the outdoors, whether that's through recreation, conservation, or job opportunities down the line. it seems like this is a little cut off, but I'm going to be able to run with it nonetheless. So a little intro from me to you guys, so you guys can understand where I'm coming from and why I care about this work. I've been in the Taos area for 9 years. When I first moved here, I worked with the Bureau of Land Management and then with the Forest Service. And then I transitioned to being a teacher here with Taos Municipal Schools. I worked at Enos Garcia, and then I switched over to Taos Academy after some time. During all of that, a large focus was being able to work with students and get them outdoors. And so here I am today as the outreach coordinator for the Friends Group to be able to present to you. Next slide, please. So Outdoor Academy. This is our youth program that we have with the Friends Group. This is a program designed to engage local youth with the National Monument while promoting stewardship of public lands. Our goal is to instill a sense of responsibility towards natural resources and offer enriching experiences through guided instruction while showcasing potential local employment opportunities in the outdoors. You guys will hear more about our opportunities for employment in the outdoors here in a bit. I do have a short video. If you guys are willing to listen, I could stand here and speak a lot about this program, but perhaps a quick video could actually get you caught up a little bit more. Let's see if my link works. You would just, yep, great. We got it. Oh, we were so close. All right. Oh.
That's beautiful.
All right, folks. If the sound isn't going to work, that's okay. I can be able to work around that just fine.
It's gorgeous.
We live in a beautiful place surrounded by incredible public land. This video is showcasing students that I've worked with over the last couple of years within our Outdoor Academy program and how I've placed them within internships in our local areas to be able to find work in things that they're passionate about and also that help them stay locally working. As a New Mexican, I'm originally from Albuquerque, I do recognize the brain drain that exists in our state, the amount of people that leave this place to be able to find other opportunities. And to me, that's a shame because those opportunities exist here. And who better to be able to take on those kinds of positions than people that grew up in this place and love this place, right? So Flex Friday. This, for me, is a key part of our workforce pipeline. I teach classes both at Taos High School and at the Taos Pueblo Day School on a weekly basis, exposing students to the outdoors, opportunities to get outside, where public land access is, and making sure that they understand what it is to be a steward, why we should take care of this land, and why we should love it. That leads into weekend programs that are open and free for the community to be able to get outside with their family. We provide all the equipment to be able to do that, as well as any guides that may be required or educators that may participate in those events. And finally, we have teamed up with the county to be able, through ARPA funds, to be able to fund internships for students to be able to work during the summer in these job fields that they're interested in. So for instance, this year I have 2 students from Taos High School. Both are working at the Taos Fly Shop this year. I have another student from another school that is working with Far Flung Adventures, and a third that's working with the U.S. Forest Service this summer. She'll go on to go to Adams State next year and study biology, and conservation is what she wants to get into. And I was able to take a connection from working with the Forest Service and give her an internship. So what I focus on, largely, it is fly fishing, but that is a catalyst to be able to bring up all of these discussions. I also bring in guest speakers to be able to talk about what work opportunities exist in our local area, again, public land access, and then environmental stewardship. So I teach environmental stewardship through the lens of wood cutting and water collecting, because those things connect most within our community and help people to be able to understand why we need to be able to protect the outdoors. We can move on to the next slide. I did mention weekend events that I have. This is for the whole community at large, and I have people that come from a whole span of ages, but I regularly have our high school students being able to show up to these. These are range from community youth fishing events to restoration projects with the Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service. I do geology talks from local doctors in geology, archaeologists. I do educational events, for instance, with Amigos Bravos. We're about to do an otter education day. I do community floats. I have partnered with Far Flung Adventures to be able to set up free floats for our community to be able to get outside. And then I also work with local teachers in the area to be able to do trout in the classroom program so kids can raise trout and take them out. They get a field trip along with it. It's a great way to be able to teach stewardship, and it's a fun pet class, or it's a fun class pet. If I can get that next slide, please. So some of you may recognize this. This is a graduate this year from Taos High School who's moved on to being an intern and has actually secured himself a long-term position with the Taos Fly Shop. We have, this is a student that showed up regularly for me and actually became a leader in my classroom over time. I shouldn't mention student names. Anyways, this student has done very well for me, as has another student. And they continue to come back and to guide younger students as they get into this program. All students that participate in our youth guide schools, so this is something that I put on to be able to train students to be able to work in the outdoors. All of them go through our youth guide schools completely for free. Any gear that they may need, I supply completely for free through Outdoor Recreation Department grants. And students gain along with whitewater, swiftwater safety. They all do become mentors of younger students, and they leave with a connection to the job and something good to be able to build the resume. Of course, we're instilling skills, confidence, and strong conservation ethic along with this. Students that graduate from our guide schools then are capable to be able to enter into our internship program, but that isn't exclusive. If students have particular interests, such as a student that wants to be able to study biology and set them up with the Forest Service, I try my best to be able to make those connections happen. These students are paid $15 an hour throughout their entire summer to be able to work. And I do my best to be able to set them up with something that will give them success in the future. If I can get that next slide. Some things that I'm proud of that I wanted to be able to talk about. This goes from beyond just the class, but I really do try to instill a sense of confidence in our students and the ability for them to recognize that their voice is important. So this year, I brought down a couple of my students to be able to speak at the Roundhouse during the Public Lands Days, where they spoke in the rotunda in front of a crowd of over 200 people to be able to describe why they felt that public land should be protected. Needless to say, I was proud, and I also saw great growth within these students when they were able to achieve this. On top of that, I've already mentioned a couple of these things, but we regularly have students help with cutthroat conservation in the classrooms, as well as native plant habitat restoration with the BLM. So here you have pictures of students that have gone through this program for me. These are all guide school students that were a blast to work with. I want to be able to say what a good time I have had, how well these students have done in my class, and how much intent they put into it, right? I was able to present this as an opportunity for them, and they can take it as far as they want. If they want this to be a class where they get to learn about something that they've never done before, great. If they want to be able to continue on with that, I do my best to be able to provide those opportunities for them and watch them take it. So some ways that I think that I could be able to give more to the students by being a part of the Flex Friday program. Something that I see that could be a benefit is by having a Flex Friday open house. So at the beginning of the year, I know students do indeed have a choice as to which classes that they can get into. I think it would behoove everybody that's involved in the Flex Friday program if there was something like an open house where students could go around, talk with the teachers, and understand different programs that they're getting into. I also think that the ability for students, have their ability to choose, sorry, those. I really think that we should be able to coordinate with the Flex Friday coordinator in order to be able to discuss who they see, right? I certainly miss being a teacher, and my ability to be able to know my students well and to be able to decide hey, I think this would be a good fit for you. But while I'm just there on Fridays, I lack in that ability. However, the teachers and the coordinators of the Flex Friday program, definitely that is a strength for them. And so if I could have my program well known and then they take that knowledge and be able to pass that on to the students, I see a stronger pipeline of students coming into my program and therefore being able to get more students into these beneficial opportunities down the line. Last is teacher buy-in. So as somebody that's coming in from the outside, I'm no longer a teacher in Taos Municipal Schools. So I am coming in and always need a teacher partner to be able to teach this. And while I've been very grateful for the student or for the teachers that I have worked with, I always find that teacher buy-in goes even that much farther. And after being there for 1 year, I'm happy to say that I've actually had teachers come to me and ask if they can be a part of this class. I want this for others that are a part of the Flex Friday program as well. These are opportunities for our students to be able to find out about career and college opportunities in the future. And by creating strong partnerships between teachers and outside partners, we are better able to create opportunities for our students down the line. So this was my success this year. I really enjoyed it. I'm already looking forward to next year. I've seen our students grow considerably. I've watched them enter into career fields that they want to be in, all with the goal of staying here locally to work and benefit their community. This is a potential benefit that I think other programs can also have. And thank you for your time for listening today. I really appreciate it. You guys have any questions for me?
Questions,
Yeah.
Member King?
One of the reasons I moved here was because of the outdoors. How many students that you served last year?
I served over 250 students last year between my classes taught at Taos High School, Taos Pueblo Day School, Taos Academy, and all of my weekend events combined. I made it to over 250.
How about Taos High?
Taos High was somewhere around 70 students.
And how did you share
Yeah.
what you were doing with them?
How did I share what I was
What's your
doing?
curriculum? Yeah. How did you recruit them? Like you said.
I was not a part of the recruitment process. I was able to teach this class. I was invited in to be able to do so. And from there, it was up to the students to be able to sign up. So I took who was interested in what I was teaching and ran with it.
Miss Amy, so your question and answer? I'm curious because I have a sophomore.
Oh, I see.
And, this was not being productive. Honor student.
Mm.
And I'm just curious, as you said, the open house, and I didn't share this with you yet, Miss Amy, but have you talked to any of the students last year of their thoughts of how this went with Flex Friday? Because we've had concerns on the board that kids are sitting around. So how many kids are actually getting the word? I like the idea of open house, it's almost like a career day, that they know this, because kids sitting around not doing anything on Friday is not good for anyone.
So to address that, if that's a concern that you bring about kids sitting around, that's not. And I think Board Member Trujillo walked around with us on a Flex Friday. I think that was a day when he came to visit. Anyhow, I just want to share that the way that students sign up they sign up. They're shared a document that basically it's through their email what classes that they want to sign up for. If they're interested in the healthcare field, they're going to sign up with their, with that strand of, and it's not only required, it's just a pathway of suggestion. When we look at students that aren't signing up, it probably is for a lack of, and it's not that they're put into a class you didn't sign up, a lack of knowledge and awareness about programs. When we first started the program, we had something similar to kind of like an open house, but it was smaller at that time. Students were able to come through and it was kind of like a career fair. This is what I'm going to provide. This is what we're offering. They were able to sign up. So that awareness is huge. As of last year, they already had information sent out via email to each student asking what are the classes that you're wanting. Not only that, but what are the areas of interest? So we're not bringing in community members that students are not going to sign up for. We have learned through the process that some of the community partners, they have great content, but it fits more so in a classroom. So for example, one of our programs through our CAD would have a better fit in the health class. And that might mean they're going into the class and they're going to meet with all freshmen versus a small group of students that, choose to be in that program. So I would when we have those conversations or we hear the things about students sitting around, yes, absolutely. We want to hear that. We want to address any concerns. One of the things that we did see is our, when you come onto campus and you see kind of a low enrollment, you look at 200 kids being off campus, another 43 or more than that at UNM. So the population of students on Friday there is a little bit slim to speak to that. And some of the students don't come during the week and don't come on Friday either. So then there's also that issue with attendance. I guess I just have, it's not that our kids and that we'd ever be okay with students just sitting around. We offer them the opportunities, and even at semester, then they're able to switch. So I think Mr. Mortensen gave a great example of a community partner. He referenced his program as a class. He is a teacher. He had another adult in the room with him because he was a community partner. And then it led to a student getting educated on something they're really interested in. I watched his class, not joined it. I would never be great at that. They were learning to tie flies. And they were so, and all the materials that were there, they were so engaged. One day they were out at the field and never imagined, like fly fishing, the practice out there at the field, and it was there. So I guess to answer your question, students have choice. This is about students' choice.
In regards to communication, I think that's key of success and failure. So it's like anything, we just want to improve it. I want to make sure the kids are hearing this. And also, as we know, your audience are the students. Those are who you're serving. So talk to them, how was it? How did we do? That they will tell you how, where the shortfall is and what they're agreeing on. So they cannot be heard. It's a two-way street. Just like you're sharing with us, you need to, what are these kids thinking? I think the biggest growth is, what are the students, these kids are sitting in the chairs? It's huge. And she's a freshman now, she's a sophomore. So I don't know if it was class oriented. She was at the DA office. That was amazing. But the second semester kind of fell off. The rubber didn't meet the road. So, we're here to be honest with each other.
Secretary Trujillo, do you have anything?
Thank you for the presentation, because I did have a lot of questions about Flex Friday. And being that our scores and have been low, and I thought, well, we're losing Friday. And again, changing the just the title instead of Flex Friday to the College and Career Enrichment. What is it that you're changing the name from Flex Friday? Or did you mention something about changing? You're not calling it Flex Friday?
No, we want to change it to College and Career Enrichment Opportunities.
Okay.
And short for our acronym would be CEO Fridays.
Okay, there. I think that is huge, because again, the flex means very laid back. Can I come to class? Choices? Yes, no, maybe? And what is there for me as a student? And they'll choose not to, or maybe some. Who knows? Who knows what these kids will want to choose? But just igniting their interest, igniting the, what is available. And again, sharing just what you shared with us, share with them. Have an assembly and really point out everything that is available to them, and let them know about the 91% student completing the internship program. Let them know what other kids have done with the program, with what has been available to them, and what some of the kids have done with them. And it might challenge them, and it will challenge them, I'm sure. But thank you for just taking this to a different level, so that we can have an understanding of what it is, the outcomes from Flex Friday, from the past, but where you're going with it. And again, we look forward to a report, maybe quarterly or something like that, just to see what the difference is. I do recall that it was Flex Friday, and we did see the fly fishing out in the fields. And I like to say that my father used to tie his own flies, and we lived in Cuesta, so he'd go to the lake. People would be fishing there, and he'd go in, and in no time he caught his limit with those flies that he did himself.
And, but just remember, sitting there and watching and just what it takes. It's such a different skill to fly fish versus to fish.
Certainly.
Just putting the worm in the hook and just putting it in there. It's totally a different experience in itself. So again, thank you for the presentation. It was excellent. And again, Miss Emmy, thank you. Thank you for this. It did a lot for me. I appreciate this so much.
Thank you all for the opportunity to come and share with you. We want to be transparent with what we're doing, and we want to be able to have the support of the board and being able to recognize as well, we're in this about a year and a half into it. And you know, with the huge programmatic change, it takes some time and it takes some ironing out. And we don't want students that feel like, okay, well, great here, not so great here. We want to elevate and we want to hear the voice of students. So we will address that, and parents as well, and see how they feel about it, because we have heard, but not from all students. If you think about over 700, we want to make sure they're all inclusive. It's an inclusive point of feedback for us.
Oh, and let me just add one more thought.
Go ahead.
And that there would be consequences if they didn't attend. You know, that it isn't just a choice.
Well, and what we've done with our school improvement team is have a very clear eligibility process from their GPA, from good attendance. If you don't have good grades, you're not going to be participating in this program. So it's a whole new setup that we have. So there's even changes within our system locally at the high school.
Okay.
And thank you for increasing the attendance portion of this. That was a concern that the board had last time that we talked with you, was the
We
attendance.
did as well. We did our best in trying to make, phone calls and all of these things. But I think that geo tracking system that I've been looking into, it seems to fit very well. And it seems like something that we can do. And to talk about scores, we are on an upward trend with our 11th grade scores that just came in, our AP scores, our, our science readiness, our SAT. Just to throw out there, 1,600 is the max. We had 2 students at 1,500, over 1,500. So this junior class is very high achieving, but has shown some great gains. So we want to continue that upward moment.
Yes, go ahead.
One item I noticed, and it's funny how many kids grow up here, they don't know the trails. So I would encourage you, maybe just a hiking class. Shoes.
Yeah.
Very inexpensive.
Very.
Yeah. I know, originally from St. Louis, and how many people are from there that's never been in the Arch?
Mm.
It's all the tourists that come.
Sure.
Name is about skiing and rafting. Guys going to the service, oh, you're from Taos? And they've never skied.
Yeah.
That's been addressed, but the river,
Right.
but hiking,
Absolutely.
monument, there's trails over there. It's
Mhm.
very, let's face it, we're a rural community. We are a rural community, Miss Emmy, you're right, rural state. And people don't have means here. People leave here because they can't make a living. So hiking is probably the least entry and the most beautiful, and the sunsets are free.
Indeed. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you both. It was so good. And Ben, I really appreciate you. You did what we talked about. You did it plus 10.
Great.
And one of the days when you're tying flies, I want to go tie with the kids.
Oh,
I
great.
told you I know how to do that.
Yeah,
And I would love to
definitely.
go do that. It'd
Yeah,
be really fun.
Anytime, but I will let you know
Be
personally.
very fun.
Great.
Thank you.
Cool.
Appreciate you both very much.
Thank you again. for
Any
your
other
time.
questions?
Maybe I'll join you.
You can go
too.
with
You guys
me.
should. Both
Then we
of you
can
should
go fish and catch
Yeah, there
something.
you go.
You should
Yeah,
be gr- yeah,
it'd be really
great.
fun. I'd love to go.
There we go.
All right,
Okay.
thank you
Thank you.
again. Good job, you guys. All right, next we have the 2024-25 Community Schools Evaluation presentation from Dr. Rachel Boren, who's the Director of SOAR Evaluation and Policy Center. Is she online or is she here? Oh, you're right there. There you are. Hi, in a red shirt. How'd I miss you? Hi, nice, welcome.
Thank you. Give me just a second. I'm actually gonna sit. Oh, yes, I drove up. I'm ready to go.
Nice. Thank you for coming up.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So my slides are not nearly as exciting as the previous presentation, but they're still full of a lot of information. So I'm happy to be here. I'm Dr. Rachel Boren, the director of the SOAR Evaluation and Policy Center. You can call me Dr. Boren, totally fine to call me Rachel too. We've been serving as the external evaluators for the Full Service Community Schools Grant since early this spring. So I'm going to present some results from the year 2 report. So that's school year 24-25. And these are highlights, and I'm going to kind of run through it quickly, but then I'm happy to take questions. Okay, next slide. Oh, next slide, please. And so very, very quickly, a refresher on the 6 pillars or key practices for community schools that embody the strategy. So because I'm going to connect these with the results as well. And so pulling from the New Mexico Public Education Department website, very fast. So first, powerful student and family engagement. So students and families actively participate in the school community. They're key partners in decision-making and shaping the school's environment, priorities, and partnerships. Then collaborative leadership and shared power and voice. So this refers to the inclusion of stakeholders in shared decision-making about a community school's shared vision, goals, creating participatory practices for distributing responsibilities and leveraging the collective expertise of all participants, which includes a site-based leadership team, which is relevant because that'll come up in the results. Expanded and enriched learning opportunities. So that learning opportunities are more impactful when they incorporate deeper understanding or deeper learning practices that engage kids in meaningful content that is culturally enriching and connected to their lives outside of school. And then rigorous community-connected classroom instruction. So teaching and learning in the school that infuses high-level content, real-world learning opportunities like what we just heard about. The curriculum is very connected to the community, students' identities, cultures, experiences, providing opportunities for students to engage in lots of meaningful learning and problem solving. And then culture of belonging, safety, and care. This is a big one. School climate for community schools is huge. So they want a climate that is welcoming, fostering trust, where members of the school community are valued for their rich diversity of experiences. And then finally, so integrated systems of support. So all the different systems provide a range of services and supports, which I'll talk about in the presentation, to overcome both academic and non-academic barriers to student and families' educational and life success. So it's academic and non-academic support. Next slide, please. Okay. And so the evaluation goal was to identify the main findings and recommendations for year 2 of the grant. And so I have findings for each grant goal. So we look at the status, including achievements, challenges, other notes about how the year went or plans for next year. And then I integrate the 6 key practices in the findings as well. And so for last year, the participating schools were Taos High School, Taos Middle School, and Enos Garcia Elementary School. Next slide, please. Okay. And so what were my methods? So I had 4 data sources. So first, I looked at tracking sheets that the schools had that looked at food distribution, resource usage, partner logs, all kinds of metrics and outputs. Data also included artifacts they provided, like meeting agendas for newsletters, flyers, events. And then aggregate outcome data were provided that looked at key indicators identified in the grant. And then I also had the great pleasure of speaking with the community schools coordinators and leadership at each of those 3 schools and members of the administration as well, kind of about how the year went, challenges, successes, plans for next year. And I looked over all of this data and put together main findings, common themes across all these data in schools. So where is there overlap and where there's some good examples. And I'll share highlights of these for each goal, and there are 5 goals total. Okay. And so first, goal 1, which focuses on district-wide implementation of the community schools model, which overlaps with key practices 2, 5, and 6. So some highlights. The recent hire of the district coordinator position is a big win, and I know of big interest to this group and me. It's a huge win all around. And additionally, all involved schools have a coordinator, so staffing is there for the district-wide model that this goal focuses on. And the school coordinators work very well together. They collaborate, they meet regularly to talk about what they're doing, successes, challenges. And then finally, the site-based leadership teams, which came up before with the 6 key practices, are a huge part of the community school strategy. And the schools value these very much. And they're working on getting more parents and community partner representation on these teams in particular. And then we'll go to goal 2. And for goal 2, which looks at the continuum of services between schools and overlaps with key practices 3, 5, and 6. So first, the after-school programs have been very popular. Some are new. And the elementary survey also asks students about readiness for middle school, like what they're excited about, what they're a little nervous about, which is key in the continuum and support across the schools. Surveys also ask about what support students and families need to succeed, and climate, like if they feel safe at their school, what they think of their teachers, what they think of school in general. And then finally, schools are also looking to add survey questions to see if any resources that they were referred to or that they used at the school were useful to help close the loop. Goal 3, next slide, please. And for goal 3, which focuses on student success and key practices 1, 3, and 4, this is where after-school programs are also relevant. I mentioned them before here. It's not just noting that they're in demand, which they are, but that they offer lots of different types of activities for students like gardening, art, cooking, all kinds of cool stuff. And there are a lot of community partners. I mean, the example we just saw is amazing. And there's a lot of community partners who work with schools, like the ones listed here, though this list is not exhaustive, who offer lots of programs and services for students across different needs and interests. And then finally, I was provided data that said that graduation rates have slightly increased over the last few years, and that's a relevant metric for the grant. And then goal 4. Okay. So families and communities, this overlaps with key practices 1, 2, and 4. So there are community businesses who partner with the schools for internships at the high school, guest speakers, resources, lots of good going on there. Schools also provide a lot of resources to support the families, like hygiene products, school supplies, clothing, food, which is very highly utilized. And there's lots of different ways the schools connect with families, because there's not just one single approach that works for everyone. And this includes social media, newsletters, talking with families at events, having outreach events like open houses, literacy nights, lots of stuff. And then to speak to the last bullet, family engagement in decision-making can be a challenge, and schools would like more of this. And by decision-making, that really means families taking more ownership of their children's education and providing input about decisions at the school. And then we'll end with goal 5, and then I have some recommendations I'll share. Okay, good. So goal 5 focuses on food security and overlaps with key practices 5 and 6. And food security is very important as a core need. All schools offer food assistance. It is very highly utilized. And schools work with organizations to provide this food. And key with this is also normalizing getting help and communicating to students and families that it's okay to ask for help if you need it. All sites also have greenhouses, which was part of the grant. And finally, schools acted on their needs assessments, which highlighted the need for food assistance and to keep this going. And then we'll end with, because I ended the report as I always do, with recommendations based on a review of everything I was given. And so I had about 5. And so first, recommendation based on what I saw and all the data. So for surveys, it is advised that these include a set of standard questions across schools and populations. So parents, kids, staff, that's what we do with another district I work with, that address core areas like sense of belonging, safety, support they need, and feedback about resources. And this would allow for easy tracking of results over time, aggregating the results for reporting. And the schools could also have their own set of questions that they wanted. So everyone doesn't need to have the exact same survey, but just a core set of standard questions would be great. And then next for tracking. The schools are tracking a lot of good data, but it'll be important to make sure that key data that relate to grant goals are reliably and consistently tracked in a way that makes it easy to quantify, put together, and summarize at the end of the year. And so I provided, we haven't talked about it with them yet, but I provided to Renetta a possible tracking tool that another district that we work with uses. And it has all these areas. It's color-coded, broken down by key practices. I think it's great, but we'll talk about it. But I think that would help with some quick reporting. And then for capacity building, the new district coordinator hire is a huge win. Having this person oversee the establishment of a seamless system across the district will be important for achieving grant goals. And I also advise that having them develop an onboarding process that can be used even after funding ends, as that can help with any future personnel changes at the school or district level. And in terms of the site-based leadership teams, these are a little mixed in terms of how active they are. And having consistent engagement from all stakeholders, especially parents and community members, can be a challenge. And so I advise that the district and school coordinators talk about possible ways to foster engagement, by these groups, see if there are other districts that are just killing it with this, to see if they have ideas. And then we end with family engagement. And similar to the prior bullet, it can be a challenge when it comes to family engagement in decision-making. And again, I think this is an area they can come together to talk about, see if there's other best practices, districts that have found effective methods. And that's all I have. I will take questions
Very nice. Board, do you have any questions?
or comments. I'll take notes, but thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Do you? Go ahead. Go ahead.
On the
Somebody-
last slide, I believe that, do you find the challenge of family engagement? Bringing families together, bringing them out of their homes to a place where they can just kind of talk about what it is that they need without any kind of judgments or anything, just such a comfortable place. What is it that you do to bring that, to make that happen now?
What do I do?
I mean, what do the coordinators do to bring fruition to that concept of bringing family engagement?
I think the coordinators and the leadership, from what I recall, at the schools do a very nice job, because this is very similar to another district that we work with, of making themselves available and open and speaking in Spanish when they can, handing out materials in Spanish as well. I think that's huge. And that was also cited in who I spoke with. And so I think they have events, they use lots of different ways to try to reach families, you know, making themselves available, just talking to parents while they're waiting to pick up their kids. I mean, they do everything, I think, that they can, from what I saw.
Maybe.
But they may be able to talk more, but I think they're doing a lot.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, if I may, one of the challenges is having the families come in and view the school as a place where they can make decisions. And that's the component that we're going to start working on this year. I think, like Dr. Boren did say, that our families are comfortable having conversations with our administrators and our coordinators and the teachers in a general small decision making for their child, but coming in and saying, you know, what is going to be best for the entire school site, and making those decisions for the peers of their children is something that we're going to work with. So right now, I think it's not something that our families are used to doing, that they're a part of that decision making, like looking at budgets for the school, looking at curriculum for the school, looking at the classroom, and maybe rule making or policy making for the school site, or procedure making for the school site.
And even just having open house, that usually draws anything that will, you bring the kid, you bring the parents.
Right.
And so that really helps, because they're going to see what it is that the child
Correct.
is, what is available for their child. And to me, that is always exciting, because then you get all this information and something that they probably hadn't even thought of and are interested for those children.
Right.
And the other thought, I had another thought of this family. And it's just because today I had a conversation with, I'm part of the grandparent program. And the coordinator, I had to call her because I needed to DocuSign something, and I was having issues. But you know what? She said something so enriching for me, and that was, and she says, "Ask, I have time for you. I don't have a time limit. Let's talk." And so we had this incredible conversation, and so it meant a lot to me. But I just felt such a connection, you know, with the program, with what the information that she gave me, and the understanding that I got of more about the program, and again, what's coming down from the legislature for grandparents, those kind of issues. But it was so, she was so gracious, and again, by making herself available, and and saying, you know, there's no time. I'm not busy. I'm here. And I think that that is a message that can be so relayed because we just want to sometimes be heard. And it concerns our children, the children that we do have.
No, definitely. And I think that what you speak to is about building relationships, and I heard that multiple times too. And that can take time. And one less than ideal experience can, you know, sour anything in the future. And so I think it's the building relationships piece. But wow, good. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Member King?
Of our community directors at every site, I would say that they're caring people. So the district has done a great job of getting people who care about the students. I think that's huge. That's where the rubber meets the road. So I compliment Superintendent, Associate Superintendent Montragona in that regards, and Superintendent District.
Okay,
Appreciate you driving up.
I'm happy to, you know, I tell people I'm going to Taos for work, and I'm happy to, no, very nice. And when I came in May to see the schools, everyone was great, accommodating. No, I'm happy to come up, but you're welcome.
Thank you, Member King. I just had a couple of comments and questions. I assume that this evaluation's an aggregate of all the community schools that we have in Taos. You looked at all of them, or did you do three?
Just the three.
Just the three.
Who were part, because the other two were being brought on
This year.
I think.
Yeah.
But so they'll get included. Sorry to cut you off. They'll get
Okay.
included.
So they're the original first three? Yes. All right, and I had a question. I know that we have greenhouses in all of the campuses, but are they growing food in them? Are all of them being used?
They're all being used to a certain extent. Our mid school was the one that was the last one to get put into place. And so at the end of the year, they were trying to get at least the dirt and soil in and possibly planted, but I'm not sure exactly if they had finally gotten items planted in there.
Yeah, because somewhere in the world, I heard that they weren't being used. They were up, but they weren't being used, and I was curious about that.
Right.
I hope for this year they can all be
Yes.
productive.
Our Ranchos, Vice President Spray, our Ranchos greenhouse was put up, and I do know that they had begun planting them. And I want to say it might have been our music teacher, and they were possibly using it for the summer programming as well.
Oh, great. That's really a good summer program.
Yes.
And Renetta, the other thing I wanted to mention or highlight was when Dr. Boren mentioned developing the onboarding process. I have heard over the years at the community school meetings that I've gone to that the onboarding has been an issue. And so that, I hope you'll work on that this year.
So Vice President Spray and Dr. Layton, if I may introduce our new district coordinator, Mr. Raul Gonzalez. To stand. So, let him introduce himself a little bit,
Yeah,
and
what's your
then I'll
name?
speak to what he will be doing this year.
Sure. I didn't really have too much planned to say, but
That's okay.
I am originally from Taos, New Mexico, born and raised. I came back recently. I spent the last 10 years within developing implementation of programs. So it's actually really great to step into a program that has, been developed. I've been there before the evaluators, so it's going to be great to be able to work with the evaluators and create just the sustainability that this program needs over the course of the next year and so forth.
Thank
And
you.
I missed what your title or what you're going to be doing.
So district,
District Community Schools Coordinator.
So he's our version sort of the one that the county hired?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. So now we have one of our own.
and I plan.
Good.
Sorry.
All night I was wondering who you were, and thank you for dressing so nicely to come
No
to talk
problem.
to us.
And yeah, I plan on creating that or continuing the cohesiveness that Dr. Boren explained earlier, and implementing a lot of the practices that she suggested in the evaluation as well. So I plan on getting started on that as soon as possible.
And your name again?
Raul
Raul, what's your last name?
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, gotcha. Okay, we'll look forward to working with you. Go ahead, Susan.
For the sake of this program, of the presentation, would you identify the grant and the dollar amount and where, you know, what phase we're at.
So it's the full service community schools grant, and the year two evaluation oversaw Taos High School, Taos Middle School, and Enos Garcia. We're in year three, which started in January. So it's that weird fiscal federal and then fiscal school year transition. So we'll be starting into our second half of the third year of the grant, but we are folding in Ranchos Elementary and Arroyos del Norte. I want to say the grant was it just fell out of my head. I think it was $2 million.
It was what?
2 million that we had received in grant funding, I believe it was. But
2.5, wasn't it 2.5?
2.5, yeah. I'm sorry,
That's because Paul and we're the ones who are supposed to be in charge of knowing that.
So it's 2.5, and we have it all in, everything is still intact as far as the grant is concerned. And you talked about compliance and because there are things that need to be done and watched over. Part of the grant is compliance, and then the money being spent for those compliance issues, correct?
So, Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, if I may, because Mr. Gonzalez just stepped on last week and really has read through the grant and the grant goals. He's looked at the budget. He has helped me look at the match funding. We're having conversations about that. We're also looking at the evaluation and what the recommendations are with Dr. Boren. He's also going to be meeting with her. Hopefully next week, I believe we had scheduled a time so that we can look at that the pieces that were identified in the evaluation. So for right now, if you do have any questions, I'd ask that you direct them towards me so that he's able, or I'm able to answer them a little more fully for
Actually,
you.
they were for you.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I did
That's
identify
okay.
them specifically, so I apologize for that. But
That's okay.
But again, I'm welcome. And again, always in the grant administration, you're someone is so needed to be able to assist and just put all the pieces together. And because we have the coordinators, we have the on-site but when it all comes to the paper, to put it down on paper, to document, to be able to be in compliance, to meet the federal standards, that is, again, what is absolutely essential for the district to be in compliance.
Right. And Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, we are working on our APR reporting for the federal grant, which is due August 15th. So that is something that I will be working with Mr. Gonzalez on. We already began the process, but it's our mid-year reporting that we're doing for the year.
And again, thank you so much, Ms. Renata, for all the work that you do and the care for this grant. And I know the challenge of anything so huge. It's 2.5 million, that's a lot of money. And it takes a lot of coordination to put a grant that affects so many entities. It isn't just one. Taos Municipal Schools, you're working with the different schools and the community to bring it all together. And it's a challenge, and I commend you for it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And Mr. Gonzalez, I do want to tell you, I'll get you just a second. This board does look at numbers very seriously, so it just know that you'll be asked questions and don't feel funny about it. We're just we ask a lot of questions, especially about money. So congratulations for joining our team, and I'm really looking forward to working with you. Go ahead, Mark.
If you can elucidate a little bit more of your background. I see you were before you came here. It's great to see a young face. So you were where before?
Oh, I worked for, so I started early on with iAssociates of New Mexico. I developed the Vision Research Center of New Mexico. I really had nothing. I had to build the accounting system, the budgeting system. I had to work with the directors to ensure that we were in compliance because at the time, I think it's public knowledge now, but they were out of compliance at the time. So I had to, I was fairly young then, so I really do take that as an honor to be able to do so without any management or budget experience then. From there, I moved on to Bernalillo County. I overlooked behavioral health programs. In particularly, we developed the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, which is trickled down across the states. We were the actual individuals that developed the program, and we set the pace for all of the other New Mexico programs. I also looked over the mobile crisis teams, where we had clinicians that were paired with officers that responded to high acuity calls. So all of, at that time, I overlooked the contract, the budgets, got into the accounting of, of the entire programs as well. Also the data that was being collected, I had to audit it and ensure that, our clinicians and our case managers for the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program were documenting everything successfully and properly. So I love data. I came to love data. At first, I didn't know that I was going to go into that direction. So, I really, really love, Excel. I really enjoy, implementing tools. I think it's one of my greatest assets for sure. But anyways, from there, I actually just recently developed the automated speed enforcement program for the city of Albuquerque. So the speed enforcement camera program that has been up and running for 3 years. So I was in the early initial phases of that, had to work with the city council and also the mayor to ensure that program was developed. So that's.
When did you learn about community schools? How did you learn about them?
How did I learn about community schools?
Mhm.
Moving back and seeing that the job opportunity was available.
Mm-hmm.
But all in all, I was at the point in my life and my career that I wanted to get back and move back home and give back my experience to my community. And I thought that would be the perfect opportunity to do so. So even just coming and hearing about the opportunities that have been implemented, even since I left, because I honestly feel like from the time that I left school to now, I didn't have the opportunity that our students do today. So it's an honor to actually hear about the things that have been implemented, because I felt like when I graduated, unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of information. And I think that lack of education is the downfall to many things in our society, not just educational, but in general. So hearing that there might be financial literacy courses or, our outdoors courses, things that are being implemented that are going to create our students actually wanting to be, in school aside from the schoolwork itself, I think is very amazing. So I am looking forward to being a part of it and continuing to grow and making sure that this program, like I said, is sustainable.
Nice. Looking forward to working with you.
We wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, Mr.
Thank you, Netta. And thank you, Dr. Boren. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
You're very welcome.
And the quarterly reporting on everything, when we talked about that with Flex Fridays and also with community schools and stuff, the updates along the way are super helpful. And they're exciting too. Like he just said, it's pretty exciting to hear what's happening now, huh? Nice. All right. So next we have that big, long consent agenda, which is a little bit shorter than it started out. We're going to go 8.1 through 8.16, and we tabled 8.17, which was the minutes. And I think Secretary Trujillo, did you want to say something about the consent agenda?
Yeah.
It'll be probably aimed toward Dr. Layton, I guess.
Okay, I think I didn't work.
It was the emergency.
Well, there's actually several of the requisitions, and the word emergency. Maybe we should have Mr. Alipio come forward.
Take the floor, Secretary Trujillo.
Okay. In reviewing some of the requisitions, the word emergency, it doesn't sit well with procurement in the sense that I think that what's being noted here for me is that it's an open purchase order. And again, I don't know if it's necessary, because what is the timeline of when you request a purchase order from procurement, from the procurement officer, to the time that you get, if need be, if you would get your purchase order so that you can do the job?
Yes, so Vice President Spray, Superintendent Layton, and members of the board. Secretary Trujillo, to answer that, the timeline for a regular purchase order, it depends on what we're requesting. But normally our finance department is pretty quick with processing our purchase orders. When we refer to an emergency, we're talking about a broken water line that needs to be excavated that same day, a backed up sewer that's, impacting a school, an air conditioner that's down during the summer. Those are the types of emergencies that we refer to. They're mainly related to our electrical, our plumbing, and our HVAC systems. So those are the types that when something does go down, and we have a lot of stuff that does go down depending on, electrical surges, lightning storms, there's various factors that can cause emergencies for us. We need to have somebody we can call out, at all hours of the night without having to go through the procurement
Okay.
process.
But within the procurement, there is a clause that will take care of that. Let's say you have an emergency at night, tonight. You can take care of the emergency and issue the requisition in the morning and get that purchase order done because of so you have to study what exactly the procurement requires, because I don't really think that these are necessary, and they're available.
Right.
And whatever you need should be available for you or to you through the procurement process.
I
That's what
agree. Yes.
It's initiated for.
Having these in place, though, gives the vendor or whoever we're calling to help us in that emergency have a better sense that they can respond, and they're gonna, they're already part of the process as far as.
And so what you're saying, you've done the procurement process, through the requisition to where you've gotten the quotes? You've gotten quotes ahead of time to be able to?
No, these are open purchase orders.
They're
Open purchase orders. So basically we just plan ahead for emergencies. It's not necessarily that we're going to spend the money, but if we need to, it's nice to have these vendors able to respond immediately.
If I may, Dr. Layton, Vice President Spray, Member Trio, any of these emergencies that actually do occur, it's part of our process that we actually do report that to you, the board. So anytime one of these emergencies has occurred, it actually gets put on board agenda immediately so that you all know exactly what we spent that money on through the procurement process.
Well, it's, the point that I'm trying to make is not, the reporting or what is being done. It's the procurement process. I think that it's important to understand that I really don't think that they are necessary. They shouldn't be necessary, because these vendors are available to you to do the work, correct? Or they're saying, oh no, we want a requisition. We want a purchase order before we're going to move.
Well,
Is that what they're saying?
They don't say that necessarily, but it's kind of implied that, yeah, having a purchase order in place with them does.
In sense, they shouldn't do any service without a purchase order.
Correct.
So there's a dilemma there, because again, the having an open purchase order is not good. Doesn't make good sense in any kind of an environment, because it leaves, even for the vendors, it leaves saying, okay, well, I stand to gain $40,000 out of this purchase order. And again, it takes your expertise in controlling those expenditures and the watchfulness of those services for these people that are providing these services to make sure that the time that they're claiming is exactly, and that there is supervision. Again, I would say that would be
Right.
the most important.
And if you
Somebody
look-
is supervising
Yes.
people when they are working on anything
Right.
in our buildings.
And we do watch that, we do track that. And most of these, all of these emergency requisitions that we are presenting are covered either through ACES or CES. So that they are regulated as far as what they can charge on an emergency call out through them as well.
And the other thought that just comes to mind is that how does this lend itself to a split type of environment? You know, when you talk about a contract, a purchase order is kind of like a contract. And you're splitting all these different dollars, you know, for this particular vendor without saying, we hit this $60,000 limit. Do we have contracts for these people doing these services as part of the purchase order that you're issuing, the requisition?
Well, like I said earlier, yes, we go
You're
through
gonna-
ACES or CES, and they have contracts with them as far as what they
And
can.
have our contracts been reviewed by legal, our legal department?
Not necessarily. These are just purchasing instruments that we use because they're available to us through the public schools.
And if
The-
I may, Mr. Trujillo, through CES, they have their legal actually looks at that through the RFP process. So it has been looked over through CES's side of it, which is a service that we pay for with CES.
I would think that, I mean, again, since day one, I have asked that our legal review the contracts.
Yep.
Because again, sometimes the contracts that other vendors provide, they protect them, but they don't protect us to, you know, and so to me, we're always looking for a liability issue with anything, or I'm not a legal expert, but I know enough to make sure that we have our eyes on these contracts. I don't care who the vendors are in any of these. And so I don't, you know, it's irrelevant that CES might have their own contract, but then let our legal department review those contracts. And if they can sign off on them. To me, I think that would be a good wash for us spending public monies.
I fully agree with that last statement, Susan.
Um,
Because we've had some issues with CES, the board has. And our legal department should look at contracts just to make sure that
Yes.
that we are covered.
And I'm sure CES would be more than happy to accommodate this request. Yeah.
I had a question. Did
Good.
you have one? Okay, I had a question. So how did you come up with these numbers that you decided upon, 163, 41, and 40? Where did those numbers come from?
So these numbers are based on what we've actually spent in the past on, and we've actually, like I said, we ask for a little more, and it's not necessary, we don't necessarily plan on spending this money, but if it's a.
How many years back did that average? Did
Oh,
you look
probably-
back and average those
probably,
numbers?
I've been here 4 years, so.
You
know,
have?
Yeah, so the last 4 years that I've been watching this, yeah, this is where about where we've been.
So of
These numbers
those
get
three,
adjusted.
of those three particular vendors, how much did we have left over from the amount last year? How close to spending all of it did you come?
So with X Energy, the first one, we didn't have, I think we expended all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one, we do have a lot of issues with, you know, our HVAC systems and boilers. MC Electric, that's kind of a new one. We're starting that one out. We didn't have that in the past, but with the issues we've been having with lightning and electrical outages, it's been causing, you know, a lot of issues in a lot of the schools. So we are actually gonna try to have that one because we do call on them quite a bit, and they do all our high voltage stuff. We can do some low voltage, but we're not qualified to do high voltage.
Mhm.
Can I comment?
Please go ahead.
I'm seeing a requisition before even we've not approved a contract with these people, have we?
No, this just, like I said, basically, we're going through CES, who has standing contracts with all these
I
vendors.
think that we need to see the contracts first and see how they, before see the contract, you have a contract, then you do a requisition. The requisition turns into a purchase order. But we're doing a requisition before we even see a contract. We haven't seen a contract for $163,000 with ACES. We haven't.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray, Member King, if I may. So the contract typically is with the co-op, in this particular case, CES, and the vendor. What we can do is ask them for the specific contract to review that same contract that they have. But since CES is like one of them, the other one is ACES, but because they go through that process, we're able to get these particular vendors. Now, they have contracts, so we can request from CES to review those contracts along with our attorneys. But the reason we don't go into contracts with them in particular, like a full contract, because we go through the co-op to be able to get these vendors through the process. That's the idea of the co-op, is to be able to have a little bit of the process go through a co-op. Now, we can, and I will, request to see if we can get those contracts to be reviewed. But once, as we do, my question to Alipia would be, for any of these in particular, if we don't get a chance to, does it impact any of our schools for the beginning of the school year?
In particular, the one that would probably be the one through ACES for X Energy, because we do have some boiler and HVAC issues that we need them to address.
You need to
fairly
address.
soon.
And they already have contracts signed. These people already have
With
contracts, but
with
they
eight-
haven't been
with
looked at.
ACES, yes, they
but
do.
They have not been looked at by our attorneys yet, correct?
No, ma'am.
So that one in particular, you think would need to, well,
need
we
to-
do have one more meeting before school starts. We have
Yeah,
August
we-
6th.
Them, I would recommend getting them on board as soon as possible.
And
'Cause,
Vice President Spray,
This X Energy?
uh,
The
X
ACES?
Energy,
Yeah.
yeah, they are ACES, yeah.
Yes.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, and Member King, the contract, when we review it, it's not something for us to approve or not approve per se, because that contract is with CES. We would just have to, if our legal attorneys would say, and I'm just hypothetically here, this is not one we should continue, then we would just look for another vendor through CES or ACES in particular for a separate vendor. Because the contracts are not with the district, the contracts are specific to the co-op. So we wouldn't be able to get out or in with one because we're not in the contract with them. We're reviewing the contract that would be.
I understand that, but that doesn't negate the need for our attorneys to look at whomever's contract.
Correct, and that was not implied.
Yeah.
And irregardless, if it's through CES, we still have to have a procurement process. Is there anybody else that does the work other than X Energy?
There's probably other companies out of Albuquerque that we could get, like I'm sure there's other CES vendors, or I don't think there's anybody on ACES, but X Energy is local here. They know the system inside and out. And they've actually done the best work since, they know the system. That's the thing with them.
See, and you can document all of that when it comes to the procurement, but you still have to do the procurement process, because not because we have we're in a co-op with CES, does it
say that they're going to give us the best price, the pricing, or do the best work. And your justification comes by, again, the history that you have with them, that they know the systems, but this 163,000 is the best obtainable price as far as procurement is concerned. We have to satisfy procurement. That's the given when you deal with public monies. It's a process, it's a
state law.
tedious process, and after you get used to it, you already know what you need to do. But the contract always comes first, then the requisition, then the purchase order, then you give it to the vendor, they move on that purchase order. They don't move on a requisition, they don't move on a contract. Because then they cannot, they should not move without a purchase order or a contract.
Right,
As far
and they don't.
As far as
That's-
we're concerned.
and yeah, and you're correct. They don't.
They
We
don't.
No, they haven't done any work for us.
Like, to
since
satisfy
June.
procurement, let's do the best obtainable price. It might be that they have the best price. But again, if they're the ones that the most available, there's a certain criteria, if you look at procurement, what it is that justifies going for maybe a slightly higher price on some of these. That is something that the procurement process lends itself to you. And so again, that's my call on that.
Alethea, just two things. Did you understand clearly what Secretary Trujillo was saying about an emergency and you can go ahead and fix the emergency in the middle of the night and then deal with it the next morning in terms of procurement? Do you understand it? Do you want her to explain that to you more carefully? 'Cause
No,
we
no,
went through it
I
fast.
do because we've had vendors that are not
you
on
do know
this
that.
list. That we've
Okay.
had to use that process
I just
with.
want to make
So-
sure you're
So
comfortable.
I
with
do
it.
understand that. These are the most common failures that we have are with these vendors.
These
That's why
vendors.
Mhm.
these
And
are.
you know what, once we get
that's why we
it,
have
once we get it right, it is going to be in place for you. And, but again, it's, we have to satisfy the procurement process.
I don't know, we're just discussing. Susan had some questions about it and we're going there next. So Susan, how would you like to proceed?
I
What
would
feels
like.
right to you?
I would like to table it for now and let's bring clarity and to make sure that we can get these contracts reviewed by legal ASAP. And that,
Can you clarify which ones in particular we're talking about? Is it all of them or are there's just
Because you really need 8.2, don't
just
you?
the emergency ones. Well-
anything that says emergency?
It's 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, I think.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray, if I may, we just have to outline which particular ones we're going to want to pull and table.
Right. Yes, I know that. Is 8.2 the one that you said,
But
Alethea, you
what,
need?
It's interesting because
Yes.
Yeah.
any, can you function without an open purchase order like the ACE?
The Ace Hardware?
Yeah.
No.
That would be hard with ACE.
Yes, that's
Really hard.
that's the nuts and bolts of the district right there.
Right, that would
That's
be
our-
really hard.
Our everyday stuff that we use every day.
Okay, but then again, the responsibility falls on you to make sure that those items are purchased and they're, whatever it is that you sign off, you make sure that you're signing off for those items.
Yes.
Again.
Every item that's purchased at Ace is given, it's assigned a work order. And every item is entered into a work order. So we do account for every single purchase that we get from
Okay.
these vendors.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Since we're getting into the details, I'm just curious, Olympia, that we had we have 2 lumber stores. Have you talked to Randall's?
We do, we also have an open purchase order from Randall's. It's for a lot less because they don't carry a lot of the hardware and stuff that Ace does.
Ace does.
Plumbing fixtures, that type of stuff, yeah.
Have you talked to Randall's about that?
No, we haven't. You know,
Yeah.
because we utilize them both. It just depends on what the guys need and where they happen to be at that time. If Randall's is closer and they know what they have. The guys actually, you know, they know what each store has and they choose where to go. I don't tell them.
It's almost like a banquet or you have a catering, holiday. You kind of say, this is what we would like. This is what you don't have. I know they're both in business. Obviously, Randall's has been around longer. I know the Randalls, and I think they could feel if you let them know. I mean, this one-on-one, it's great that we do business locally with these lumber stores, but I think if there's savings in regards to the district, I think it's Pat, the owner, and just say, hey,
This is a list.
yeah, and just so we're getting as and our secretary is saying, we have to have the best deal and the lowest price, and if we can do that, that's saving money for education. I mean, the district is about educating the students. That's but the kids need to be inside too. And speaking of HVAC, I hope the HVACs are working. And you obviously are. There's no question of you fulfilling the job, but like you said, it needs to be running the AC. I hear from once again my daughter, the air conditioner's not working. So, and then we hear from the superintendent. So hopefully you had the summer that everything's functioning. The students go back school. It's working just like here. It's comfortable, and that should be. They're trying to learn, and it should be the same. So I trust that all those things are being met. But let the other company know, and I since we are talking about this, and I did see it was Ace, and I'm going, okay, where's Randall's? And obviously, if you have them both, and I know, I'm a homeowner as well as a business owner, so I know there's cost, and so if we could try to, when we can save the district money, and just make sure we're getting the best price, and let them know, hey, these are things that we need at times, and you guys don't have it. Do you want to get a bid on it? Because sometimes they can order it, like you said, there's seasonal things, there's things that you need on a frequent basis. I mean, these are old buildings. I mean, all of our buildings are, they've been around a long time. So yeah, these things just want to be, I mean, I don't think there's a question of your integrity. It's just, there's a process, and I know you're doing your job, but there's the paperwork. Yeah.
Secretary Trujillo, we're not questioning you. You know that, don't you?
Oh, no.
Yeah, we
I'm
aren't.
fine. Yeah, no, ask away.
Did you go through procurement before you even put these on the agenda? Did you talk to our procurement? Do we have a procurement officer?
Yes, we absolutely did.
Who is that person? Who?
It's Geraldine
Gina?
Romero, our CPO. Yeah.
Because again, she should have caught this. And again, the fact that it shouldn't have been put on the agenda without, like I said, without contracts or that kind of, like he said, there are lists that are actually that need to be provided, as to what is a better price for these things that we're buying from Randall? What is the better things? Where are we getting the best? And if it takes your drivers going maybe a mile or 2 miles from Ace to Randall, it is what it is. It's like I said, it's a tedious process, but it's a necessary process. But again, your purchasing officer needs to be able to go through these before they're even presented to us, to make sure that we have a contract in place and that procurement has been satisfied to be able to execute that contract.
So Secretary Trujillo, so are you referring to the ACE, to 8.1 right now, to ACE as well?
I'm looking at ACE, I'm looking at A1, A2, A3, A4, and then we have, again, I don't know if this was I think looking at all of them,
Well, you were talking about the emergency ones.
yeah, but more so the
The
emergency
ones that are the
ones.
open,
Mhm.
like a bank account, essentially.
Because it's hard for us to approve a requisition. We're not, I would rather approve a contract. It's your job procurement's job to issue the requisition. We're here to approve a contract. We're here to approve a contract,
Secretary.
not a requisition.
Secretary, if I may, so the contract that we have approved is through the co-op companies, either through CS or ACES. And so,
And where are those
Yeah,
contracts?
so
Do
where
you
is
have
the
them?
contract?
so those are the contracts that we've already gone through with the particular co-op. So what we're approving here is being able to purchase above the 20,000. If we are reviewing the CES contract, that's a whole separate issue into itself, because we would be reviewing the contract with the co-op of CES.
Yes, but then what could support anything like this is a copy of where it does say that ACES is part of the CES. You know, that something that is reviewed
Supports
by our
this
legal
document.
supporting
Mhm.
what it is, the transaction that
you
you're
understand?
initiating here.
So our supporting documentation does include the contract numbers for each when we submit a requisition for each of these that's through CES or ACES, we are required through CES and ACES to provide the contract number on our requisition, on our PO. So they know that it's a current and it's a good contract that we're using.
But you know what I would do is just get a copy of that, whatever that page, the front and the front part that we're in contract with a co-op of CES, and then the page that identifies the vendor. Again, that would support your requisition, and then it follows through to your purchase order. I don't know if I'm confusing you. I hope not. But it's
It is
Because
confusing.
the way the whole CES process works is.
But again,
is
that could be
Yeah, it's,
provided so that
Yeah.
we can see that
right.
and understand what it is.
No,
that
and
you're doing.
no, like I said, I'm sure CES would be more than happy to accommodate us and provide the contracts or any other documentation you guys feel is necessary. So I don't see that as an issue at all.
I think
We can do that.
it's, I think that we need to do that because again, and again, the work that they're going to do for us is, I'm sure will take the $163,000. But again, it's something that we have to ensure that the process is being done. And you have to assure us that it was done.
And
Also-
we do on every invoice we get, we review them, we look at.
We have another meeting when?
August 6th.
Do you have any emergencies? That are right now?
Well, right now, we have a boiler at the high school we have a failing pump at the high school that's about to go out on us.
So that's 8.2 you need.
That's X Energy.
Mhm.
Yes.
He needs 8.2 to.
We have issues at Enos right now with the cooling tower as well. So you've got some hot classrooms over there.
That same cooling tower over there that you showed me.
That same huge cooling
God.
tower.
So, and Alipia, I would just want to explain one thing to you with, sometimes this board has noticed and made comments about that it sometimes seems easier just to go to CES rather than to go out for bids and then try and get the best price. It's just easier to go there because they're there. And this board has made comments about that before, thinking that we should put the extra work into maybe sometimes going for bids if that's allowed, if there's time permitting. In this case, we're talking about a different thing, but I wanted to explain to you the CES thing that you might be gleaning from this board. That's kind of where that comes from, I think. Also, I concur with what Member King said about Randall's. It's nice to share the wealth.
We do.
It
And-
is
and
really
we do-
nice to do that.
We do, but Randall's is a small, you gotta
Yeah.
understand, it's a smaller store. And
know.
we utilize special ordering from both of them.
Mhm.
If we request stuff, they're really good about ordering us something they don't.
Or just
have.
maybe also like
But
Member King
a lot
said,
of
have a
times-
conversation, walk in and have a conversation
We-
with
we
them
do.
and, yeah.
Oh, we do. We do.
Because it would be really
And-
nice
and
to do
both of
that.
those stores actually offer us a small discount, so we're not paying full price on
How
anything.
much is your emergency with ACS?
Is our,
Or for
excuse me,
the, what is the dollar amount that you think for fix, is it out right now, the boiler?
no, but the pump is leaking and I should have brought the video. I have a video. It's making it's ready to go. Yeah, and this is probably a $30,000 fix that we're looking at the high school if that pump fails.
Let's approve a dollar amount. Table together. So give Olympia that, I said that threshold, what these crises, you have two, right?
No, it's with the same company for 2 locations, right? It's X Energy for both of them.
Yes, and that's to say that we haven't, I'd rather have a little bit more because the high school as well, we've got other issues with rooftop units, bad compressors. We do have, and those are small items. Those are, $1,000, $2,000, but it all adds up in the end. That's why you'd be surprised that.
How much are you thinking?
So Member King, Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, if I may, because it's a specific amount in this agenda, if it's tabled, right, it has to be that. Otherwise, we would be breaking some more violations on the specific amount. We would have to specifically say it's either tabled or approved for those amounts, because that's what's being presented to the public.
So would you be okay with us if the board agrees to this, moving forward on 8.2, but tabling 8.3 and 4 until August 6th? Can you live with that? And be honest, I trust you and we all trust you.
Yes, 8.3 and 8.4 can absolutely wait.
Can table till August 6th?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
8.1, I would like to see,
Okay.
to have you guys take a look at that one as well, because that is our, the nuts and bolts or the
Mhm.
stuff that we use every day. Yeah.
Table 8.1.
No, 8.3 and 4, right?
Did you say 8.1 as well?
8.1, we would actually appreciate if you guys.
Tonight.
maybe
They
do
want it, he wants it
tonight.
tonight.
Yeah, that
So
one needs to
tabling
be
2 of
moving.
them.
So, again, for the future, a contract first. And then the requisition and then the purchase order. That's the process. And the review of the contracts by legal.
Very good. And I will get those contracts from CES and, we can have them at the next meeting.
And so you will be able to provide us with CES, the electric, CES-MC electric, their contract before we approve, and the one for Phoenix Mechanical,
Yes.
The same
I will
thing.
get those two from CES.
and reviewed.
Okay, thank you for working with us.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you for working. with me.
It really helps sometimes if the purchasing officer would support you and be here to answer some of the questions that you're having to answer. And
Well,
again,
in their defense, they're very helpful and they do help me quite a
Okay,
bit. Our
yeah.
finance department is.
So you don't
is
have any-
amazing.
okay.
Yeah, but, there's,
Snacks, right?
these they're under the same, impression as I am that CES and ACES are just standing contracts that we can utilize. So now that we know that you guys want to do it this way, we'll do it
yes,
this way.
and
then.
again, just go on beyond CES for the best obtainable price. And relay that to our purchasing officer to go beyond CES. and, or for you, because you're going to be probably looking at these, looking for vendors. And just to satisfy procurement. That's so important. And we don't want any findings. And because they will reflect on the school and they will reflect on our procurement process.
Understood.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion on this? Are we ready to make a motion? Would you like to? Do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to make the motion that we, although I hate to do that as the chair, I'd rather you guys do it, but I'll do it this time. I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items 8.1 through 1.6 through 8.16, 8.16, but table 8.3 and 8.4 to the meeting on August 6th.
So we table 817 already.
We already tabled it. Well, no, yeah, we already, yeah, we did that already. Yeah, we did that at the beginning. Yes, you
And that
may.
Is 8.7? What about 8.7?
8.7 is also, it's operational materials that we use, filters, motors, or, blowers, just different stuff that we use, tools that we purchase for the district. So Granger is also a CES vendor, and they do give us a discount through CES. We're not paying full price with them at all.
Okay, so then, let's table then, 8.7 till then to be included with 8.3 and 8.4. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll change the motion. Does that work for you?
If that's what you guys prefer to do, yes, I would have liked 8.7 because we do have filters that we're getting ready to
That are-
order for
Let's
our.
not do that.
Okay, all right, then just.
So I'm going to, the motion, I'm going to
For
repeat
the
the
future,
motion.
Please.
Absolutely. Yep.
I'm going to repeat the motion. I'm moving that we approve the consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.16 with the exception of 8.3 and 8.4, which will be tabled to the August 6th meeting. I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Anna, are you finally ready? Or are you asleep?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. Good work. Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. You are a good sport, Alipio.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, you may make a comment.
I really think that, that because we have all these contracts, everything that we do for the schools, almost everything has to go through procurement. That, and I've noted, we've mentioned this before, that those purchasing should be certified. Everyone doing purchasing, that includes directors, that includes,
That means you, Alipio, you too, right?
yes. And you'd learn a lot.
It's a fun class. It's only a week.
Yeah, you'll learn a lot. And again, and again, I think across the board, because again, everything is budget driven, everything is procurement driven. And because you almost cannot do anything without funding, without money. And it's all controlled by the purchase, the procurement process.
Member King, Vice Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray, it's not a policy per se, and so it was something I would have to review to see if that's something that we can require versus request, because it also comes with a cost. I will be signing up for the October training myself, but that is at a cost of about $800. So let's assume we did X amount, let's say 20. So it'd be 800 times 20 for the certification and the whole process, which is a 4-day. It's 3 full days of the activity classes, plus the 4th day for the test. Now, it is all online, but it's not a policy or a directive because it goes to personnel and the requirements for certification.
So will you do an assessment of that and come back to the board with it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right, now we're, initially, when we started the meeting, we switched item 11 and item 9. So my guess is the next person is Nicole Cardenas, and we are now on 11.1, Director of Finance report. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice President Spray, Superintendent Layton, and members of the board. Tonight before you, we have the district annual assets inventory report, which was prepared by Sally Martinet from Divot Assets, and she is available online if you have any questions.
Maria, do we still have Sally on?
Hi, Sally. Right there. Number 1. Okay, does everyone know where we are? Way in toward the back? Director of Finance report, right there.
I'm going to just reclaim and do it.
So is there an asset inventory report in our binder?
I believe there is, yes.
I'm not, it's not under Director of Finance. Okay. Hi, Sally. Welcome. In our packets, it wasn't under that folder. Okay.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
evening.
Welcome to you.
Yes, there is a report. The complete inventory is in there because on the last page, if approved by the board and when the minutes are approved, then it needs to be signed by the board. The overview of the inventory is a 1-page that I also provided based on what I did and what was found and adjustments during the inventory. Do you have that in your packet?
We're trying to find it right now.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. We're
Sorry,
trying to
that's
find it.
fine. It's fine.
No, it's not you. It's not your fault.
It's okay.
Knowing you, I know you did your part.
But it's real simple and I can go over it while you're kind of looking.
Okay, Dr. Layton's looking for it. Do you want to go over it?
Sure.
Well, Member King's just getting back to the dais. Just
Okay.
hold on 1 second.
Okay, of course.
You ready?
It's the 5th item under the packet. If we go to the front, it should be the 5th item under the packet.
Past consent agenda.
Mhm.
There should be like a
If-
cover page and then a printout.
If I may, it's actually under consent agenda, 5th item.
No, I don't think she's showing it. I think we have it in our packet, but no one can find it yet. Yeah, do you, because I'm not finding it where you said it was. Yep. Ms. Martinet, would you just wait a minute? We're making some
Sure.
copies.
Of course.
Thanks.
Yep.
Sorry to apologize to everybody.
Sorry for the background noise. We're in the middle of a storm. So,
So this is the 132 page, so we'll go ahead and print out the 132 pages. I think I put that in the notation.
You did, but we haven't, we can't.
I can print one out, yeah.
Sorry about that.
I'm not sure that you need all 132 pages
Mm-mm.
of the inventory
No.
because that includes the building records, it includes the land records, it includes the art records.
Yeah, no, you don't need that.
It's more about the equipment.
Dr. Layton, she was more interested that we had the stuff dealing with the equipment, not all the background stuff. Maybe for next year, or next time we can remember to do it that way.
Yeah, there's, the items that I talked about in the inventory findings are specifically on page 48, 43, 47. And this is where 5 records are identified where the record information just needed updating. An asset may be moved from one school to another, maybe one room to a different room. So it was just record keeping, updating. And then there are 4 records that are highlighted in yellow that require disposal action. And they are food service items. 3 of them are serving lines that were replaced with new ones at the high school. And one is a cappuccino machine that we've already submitted, the board already approved for disposal. We're just waiting for the state to come back and approve that. And operations has already uploaded the request for disposal on the 3 serve lines. They'll be going in the next auction cycle.
Dr. Layton, we're just looking at this inventory report. We're not doing an action item on this, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, on this, it didn't say that.
Correct. Well, that's part of the financial report that usually the finance director provides, and it's any item is of course actionable. But yes, typically in each of the finance report directors, there's some actionable items. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And this one in particular. So it wouldn't go under new businesses per se, because it deals specifically with the finance director area.
Right.
It goes under this part of the agenda.
So,
Right.
okay. So the assistant director at this point is going to bring that up to us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So basically we do this inventory every year. And the findings are presented to the board. And the total inventory is the 132 pages. But as I stated earlier, that includes all your land records, your building improvements over the years, and things such as that.
All right, thank you. That's clear.
They're working on showing the piece right now with the exact
Yep.
pages.
Sure. Yep. And the ones we're requesting disposal on are on page 35. The food service and page 45.
That's why I asked about the action. I figured we would have to do that. He hasn't made one yet because we don't have the papers yet. He will, and I'll be sure to ask him. It is very strong. I love it. I'll be up all night. I'll be calling you at 2 a.m.
Sally, I just want to confirm the items that you are discussing and we're presenting are the items that are highlighted in the reports, correct?
Yes, the green ones are records that just needed updating on the system. And the ones highlighted in yellow are ones that disposal action has been just request for disposal action has been taken on.
Can you please repeat the pages that you want me to present to the board,
Sure.
please?
Page 35. And the page numbers should be at the bottom. So 30, this page right here, these three that you just passed with the yellow highlights, that was page 35. Those are the three old serve lines that came out of the high school. They've been replaced with new ones, and the new ones have all been tagged and recorded. And then the next page will be page 37. This item just needed record updating, just updated the record. And then page 43. Again, just a record that we needed to update because the location changed. And then page 45. There, that's the cappuccino machine that's already been presented to the board. And we're waiting for the state approve, just accepting the board's approval so that we can get rid of that cappuccino machine. And the last one, I believe, is page 48, and it's just a record update. Right there. Those are records, all records that needed to be updated.
Secretary Trujillo has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I just need some clarification. So this inventory report is, you just had to go up and update it after your inventory? Because
Yes,
this should have been part of our financials of,
for the auditor.
yes, to the auditor, correct?
It will be. They want the inventory done within the fiscal year, and then they want it presented to the board.
Okay.
And so I will be down next week to do the final audit reports for capital assets. So this is just one of the pieces that I need for it. I will be down next week, and I will be completing the depreciation reports and disposals that we've done through the year, and also additions, because I reconcile your expenditures from 1 July to 30 June and record all your capital purchases and building improvements and land improvements. So
Go ahead.
the few items that I highlighted, I physically go to every building for the equipment and cite it and verify it. And that's what this overview is from, what I did.
Well, thank you very much.
Of
for
course.
for this report because it is part of our financials.
Yes, it is.
And they're a huge part of, that represents the care that we take of the assets that we purchase. And
Yes.
that they're properly presented and depreciated and tracked, even if it's from one school to another, as you've noted.
Yep.
And all of it is just an incredible job. And to have it contracted out to someone like you, I appreciate that so much because I came from an entity where we would do the asset management in-house. And it was quite the job. So to have someone do this for the schools and the amount of assets that we do have, and I believe that everything is the assets are over $7,500, correct?
Actually, the state requirement is 5,000 and above for this particular report. Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, again, thank you for
Of course.
noting that. And, but those items, I mean, everything is so costly that when you think of 5,000, that takes a lot of tracking for all those items that are worth $5,000. So thank you very much for the work that you do and the presentation that you
Yes,
gave
ma'am.
us tonight. And
Of
we'll look
course.
forward to the other report that you'll be presenting.
Yes, ma'am. Of course. Any other questions, concerns?
Member King? No? No, thank you so much.
Of course.
Appreciate
All right,
it. See you next
Dr.
week.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. Next, we have financial reports with April 2025 and May 2025 financial reports from Nicole Cardenas, Assistant Director of Finance, and Maria Fidalgo, Consultant.
Yes, Vice President Spray, Superintendent Lee, and members of the board, these reports were prepared by the previous finance director. If you have any questions, Maria or myself are available.
Does anyone have any questions? Nope. Do you, Member
There's
King?
nothing to point out. Do you guys accept the report as presented?
Yes.
Okay, that was easy. Thank you. 11.3 is, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The
Go
thought that
ahead.
just came to me is, does Ms. Fidalgo have anything that she wants to make note, for us to make note of in the report or call attention to?
No, at this point. Good evening, Board Secretary and members of the board. No, at this point with the financial reports. We are working on the closing.
Okay, well noted that you are working on the closing. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Thank you, Ms. Fidalgo. All right, 11.3 is TMSD bars, budget adjustment requests. Nicole Cardenas, Assistant Finance Director.
Yes, we just have one bar today, and it's for transportation. Just to add the lease payments for the two new buses that we bought, well, the two contractors bought. The buses came in late and were not on the initial budget. So we're requesting an increase in this bar.
Yes. Okay. We need to vote on that, don't we? What's your recommendation?
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King just would recommend the approval of 11.1, the annual assets inventory report, 11.2, the financial reports for April and May of 2025, and 11.3, the TMSD bar as presented by Assistant Director of Finance of Nicole Cardenas, as well as Sally Martinet, David Assets, Maria Fidalgo, Consultant.
Okay, anyone feel like making a motion? The motion's just for the three.
Okay,
Finance report.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion
Thank you.
that, from the Director of Finance report, the Taos Municipal School District Annual Assets Inventory Report. And the, Taos Municipal School April 2025 and May 2025 financial reports as reported. And the Taos Municipal School, District Bars, the budget adjustment requests presented be approved.
Second. Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I think we're going to be going to you. We're back to number 9. Superintendent report, Dr. Antonio Layton Jr. 9.1. You're up.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King. So the first thing I have to present here is the results from the survey that went out for 2 weeks to get a bond advisory committee together. And we did have 20 responses total from the community. And out of those 20 responses, there were some that were staff, 4 that were community, 1 business owner. There were 9 parents. And so in this particular bond committee, advisory committee, from the responses, there's a wide range of volunteers, because it's really they're volunteering their time. The recommendation was, at the very beginning presentation by Stiefel, was one of the recommendations is to make it a smaller committee. However, because of the amount that we are doing, we don't think we want to have any members maybe not participate. But having said that, I wanted to present to you the amount of members, and the reason you may be asking, there's 29 that you see here, is because there's up to two board members that we can have on the committee, as well as the administration, which would include myself, Associate Superintendent, Director of Safety, Security, and Operations, as well as our maintenance supervisor. And so I wanted to share this with you because upon recommendation by the board, of which 2 members would like to be on the bond committee, then I can start the process of making the meetings together so that we can get the input from the community as to how we want to proceed. So this presentation is really about letting the board know of how many members did have participation and see if there's a recommendation at some point with the 2 Board of Education. Now, I do understand we have 2 board members not present today. So we could potentially take this to the next one. Or if there's if there's a recommendation tonight to have 1 or 2 board members to be part of this bond advisory committee.
Well, we can't sign anyone up that's not here. So,
Right.
I mean, we could, but we won't. How do y'all feel about it? Shall we, does anyone here want to be on the committee? You'll be on it? Do you all want to wait until the next meeting to fulfill the second slot, or do you want to be on it?
No, let's wait.
Okay, we're going to do that.
Okay. At least, but I can make a notation with Member King for sure. Okay.
I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that, Susan? Yes?
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Does that work for you?
It will work for me. I was just about to refer to Nick to make sure that on the timeline, we should be okay by the August 6th, correct? As long as we start making our meetings afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, everybody can talk about who the next victim is. All right. Thank you for that presentation. Go ahead.
Questions?
Yes, sir.
So. So how many applicants was it? Was it 29?
There was 20 total that we received by July 13th, midnight, July 13th. But also we have to include, of course, the administration, other staff that's involved in it, as well as the Board of Education. So what I put up there, the 29 members, is the maximum that we would wind up with.
29.
Is 29.
Did you already have 20?
Yes.
20?
20, and we would have 20, yes, we would have 20, at least from the responses. This is outside of administration, outside of board, and outside of some staff that we would need on the advisory committee to provide the input based on our facilities.
What
And
kind of a
needs.
check, on the 20, what kind of a check did you do on those people?
Yes, it was the responses, and this is where I'm mentioning to the board that if you'd like, we can cut based on the criteria. I'm just notifying the board of the amount of responses that were. But recommendation would be, if there's a criteria, we would have to discuss the criteria and then notify those that did. But
Does the gentleman in the audience have an opinion about this? Would you
Nick,
mind
if you wanna
speaking
come
to
by.
us? What is your preference?
Thank you for having me tonight. I do agree with the superintendent, 29 might be a large group, especially if we're trying to get a consensus opinion before November. I like the idea of having 2 board members on there because you guys can take the voice from the community back to the board and make sure everything is being represented before an election. How you trim it is tough. I don't have a good answer for that. You can still take all 29. I think it's certainly doable, and then you would just have to rely more on the 2 board members and the staff, I think, is an executive committee, if you will, from that bond council. Just because with 29 people, everyone's going to have a different opinion. It's going to be tough to get all of them heard, but if the staff and the 2 board members present key projects to the committee, I think that's a way you could do it and have that 29 member group evaluate the projects that you give them.
That makes sense to me. Does that make sense?
Talking to superintendent and Nick, you can let us know. Obviously, we can find out where these people live in the district, and we can do site, have committees. Okay, we assign Ranchos, obviously Enos, and Arroyos. And so therefore, you have more bandwidth. So
Good idea.
yeah, so versus having everyone together, we have them in their area.
Representation.
Yeah,
from all the
representation of what part of the community they live in the district. I think that would be,
Really good idea.
yeah, effective. And and then obviously the board members can travel accordingly. And I think everyone, so you're not on top of each other.
Member King, and of course, once the board decides outside yourself who the other member is, we would stay with 2, only because after that, it would be a rolling quorum. So once the 2 are selected, yes, we can travel to each of the sites, but this is what I wanted to bring to you as the board so that we could discuss the options to moving forward with the committee.
Yeah, so we we see all the applicants and we just assign, okay, what part of the district do you live in? Are you north? And so they represent the northern side, so they can then speak to the community and their side. Are you in town, in Ranchos? And I think it'd be effective, and you can have, I think people can have a little bit more energy. They won't be so spent,
And as we review the addresses,
Yeah.
if it winds up being disproportionately, we can also make sure that there's a minimum of X amount of members for that particular meeting, because you may have a disproportionate number of certain people living in a certain area, right? And you may only have 2 in another area. So we can at least, as a board, and discuss the part of making sure that we have a minimum amount of members before we get some feedback.
That's a good idea. A very good
It also was a good, Nick's idea of having an executive committee that comes back and reports and not have all the people in all the voices in every single meeting would be complicated. Those are all really good ideas, I think. Do you have any other, well, since you're on the committee, you'll be on the committee, you can come up with more good ideas.
it'd be interesting to see the applicants.
The
Yep.
breakdown.
Definitely.
Yeah, so, because obviously, we know we live here. See expertise.
So if we're going to choose the next board member on August 6th, I assume we are. When do you think you'll start this committee rolling and it'll go all the way through till the election? Is that correct?
More or less, yes,
Just
through the end of
before the
October, I
election,
think.
yeah.
And so we'll start as soon as we know
Okay.
the full committee.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? No? Thank you. Okay, good job. All right, so you'll put that on the agenda for
Mhm.
next.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good job, 9-1. Now we're on 9-2, and it's you again.
Yes, ma'am. So on July 11th, all superintendents and charter school leaders across the state received a letter from PED, specifically addressing the fact that the federal government did freeze about $9 billion in federal funding. And so one of the things that once we received this is I tasked our associate superintendent as well as our federal programs to see what, if anything, how does it impact our district in particular? And so we do know that there's still much in limbo. In fact, I think we just received notification 2 days ago that part of the funding was restored, but that was more for after-school programs. And so we're receiving information almost on a daily, if not weekly basis, which is very interesting for us because how do you make decisions based on ever-changing decisions at the federal level? However, PED did place specific funding in the budget. However, they have not released the budget authority until the federal government specifically releases the particular funding itself. So having said that, one of the particular fundings that does impact, and I will say kudos to our staff for planning appropriately, there's going to be very little impact to us when it comes to staffing. And what I mean by that is there's 3 particular title funds that we are going to have an impact. And one of them is Title II funds. We did have a good amount of carryover, but we are expecting about $81K that'll last us through September. The programs that'll be impacted is professional development for staff. We're talking about teachers, principals, sometimes assessments, but no salaries for, in particular for Title II. For Title IV, we had a carryover of $17,000, and that one in particular is for rural and low-income PD for staffing. We really don't rely on this because, in particular, there's some years we get a little bit, and there's some years we get a lot, and there's some years that we almost get nothing. So we don't rely on this particular funding with its inconsistency for any particular salaries. And the last one we got, we have Title III, and there was about $20,000 in carryover. That one in particular, EL learners. However, there's a very specific to spending. There's no salary and very little PD that we particularly do with Title III. There's one more that's Title I-C, immigrant and migrant, but because we rarely receive any funding with that, there's no salaries or anything tied with that. But we do have enough carryover to last us through a good portion of the first semester. We're going to be anxiously awaiting to see if the federal government decides to release. And so having said that, there's little to no impact on the specific salaries. We're hoping not to make any particular changes too much to the program, but the closer we get to the carryover ending, then we'll have to make some programmatic changes that, or possible decisions that we would come back to the board to inform.
Thank you. Sorry you have to deal with that.
One of the things that I wanted to present to the board, one of the things that the letter from PD came was they want some feedback, right, on how the impact is. But before I send the letter to PED, I wanted to make sure I inform the board and the public of the potential impact that we would have with this federal freezing. And so now that I've shared that with the board and the public, I'll be providing this information to PED so they can in turn do a concerted effort with states across the United States to unfreeze the few $1 billion that are out there that could have this type of impact. But I do have to give kudos to the staff in the way they've been using this funding to not have that negative impact. And we are more fortunate than some other districts that are having to cut a lot more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to board policy review, item 10.1, J2550, JICD student harassment, bullying, cyberbullying prevention, and J2550, JICD student harassment, bullying, cyberbullying prevention.
So I bring this to the board just to let the board know that we do have policies in place. I can read the verbiage. We typically don't have to. However, what I do want to say that in policy for J2550, it does define what is cyberbullying, what is considered, in particular, what is bullying or harassment. It is defined clearly in policy. In fact, the definition of harassment means knowingly pursuing a pattern of conduct that is intended to annoy, alarm, or terrorize another person. Bullying itself is by another student means by any repeated or pervasive written, verbal, or electronic expression, physical act, or gesture or pattern thereof. The intent is to cause distress. And so it is with one or more students on the school grounds, school vehicles, designated bus stops, school activities, sanctioned events. The bullying includes, but not limited to, hazing, harassment, intimidation, menacing acts of student which which may but need not based on the student's race, color, sex, ethnicity, national origin, religion, disability, age, or sexual orientation. Cyberbullying, specific is in here as well. It means electronic communication that targets a specific student, is published with the intent that the communication be seen by or disclosed to the targeted student, is in fact seen by or disclosed to the targeted student, and creates or is certain to create a hostile environment on the school campus that is so severe or pervasive as to substantially interfere with the targeted student's educational benefits and opportunities and performance. And so when we get reports of this, these are the definitions that we follow specifically to say whether it is harassment, cyberbullying, or bullying in particular. Our staff do receive training every year, vector training, specifically to address cyber harassment, bullying. Now that we've moved over with a little bit more time for professional development for this school year, we're going to be following up with not just at the beginning of the year and new staff, of course, when the onboarding process, but continuing training throughout the year to ensure that everybody's communicated what the dangers of harassment and bullying and cyberbullying and the consequences towards that. On our website, we do have, of course, you can report any racial incidents as well as bullying itself. And we have reviewed the Stop It app just to be sure that it's functional. And we've run a couple of tests itself, and it is functional. So once they click it, they put the school in there and then put in the incidents and report it to the administrators in the campus as well as at the district level, and then starts the investigation process to see if it meets the bullying. And so what I wanted to bring to light is just these policies that we do have in place currently. I do believe as soon as school starts, we'll be having a presentation by our principals. So by request, one of the board members to be able to talk about what have they experienced or what have they been experiencing this last year when it comes to bullying, cyberbullying, or harassment. And so while we can't give specific names, we'll be able to provide some data points.
Anyone have anything to say? Yes, Member King.
Website, does it track the numbers?
Yes, because it specifically tracks the numbers, there is a data point that we can see how many have been reported, how many have been investigated, but yes.
Something you're going to share with us next meeting?
We can share it the next, the August 6th, we should be able to share, yes, sir.
Each school site administrator is over their own site. Is there like a district, like a bullying director, like a coordinator maybe?
So once bullying is reported, harassment or cyberbullying, it goes directly to the campus administrators. They start the investigation, right? But that doesn't mean a district administrator doesn't get notified. We do get notified for follow-up to see now in coordination with the campus site to see what was the outcome of the investigation. Of course, school consequences would apply if found to be true.
Secretary?
I just have something that just comes to mind, and only because we haven't had any follow-up on this. I know this is cyberbullying and the student harassment and bullying, but the cyberbullying usually is connected to phones, and I think we need to have an update on where we're at with the cell phone issues.
That will be part of the next presentation, yes, ma'am. So they're connected. So the presentations will work well together.
I had a question because I've had reports of bullying at one of the elementary schools, and then just today I got one of a lot of bullying at Taos High School. So I'm wondering, what's our program? When do we start teaching kids? Do we just see bullying and address it then? Or do we in elementary school have conversations with kids about bullying? Do we start teaching it what it means and why not to do it and so on? Or do we leave that all up to the parents? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the full answer, but I do know that there's a partnership with the parents, of course. We do address it at the beginning of the year, but I think we need to do a better job of re-emphasizing it throughout the year.
Especially with the kids, I mean, if they start school learning that, then by high school, they should pretty much have it figured out.
And I would recommend if,
Behavioral health might be able to do that.
definitely, and I would recommend that if anybody reports any kind of verbal bullying, that they're directed to the site to make sure that they report it.
Right. I'm less worried about when it happens and it gets reported. What I'm really interested in seeing, and I'm just one person of 5 or 3 tonight, but I'd like to see us really be proactive on bullying from the very beginning of the kids' time in Taos Municipal Schools. I think that would help a lot.
So I'm gonna defer to Associate Superintendent to talk about what we have done in those particular areas.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
Superintendent Layton, what we have implemented last year and we're expanding the program is our SEL, where our SEL coordinator does have a curriculum that she's working with the school sites. We're going to be working with them with restorative justice again, but also that preventative piece on ensuring that our students aren't bullying each other and learning how to work through conflict positively with each other. So that is an initiative that we have going on for this year.
What grade do you start that?
It'll be pre-K through 12th grade. And we're looking at specific programs for each grade level because they do need different curriculum.
Well, because I know restorative justice kind of comes and goes. It has had trouble getting off the ground, and also SEL has had different times it's more powerful than other times. So
Right.
It's good that you're looking at that.
Yes, and our SEL coordinator is also working with the high school PTSO, and there's a specific committee that they have for health reasons, which also encompasses behavior health for our students as well. So they're working with the PTSO on discussing options for our high school and what would benefit them and parents getting involved in it as well.
Who is the SEL coordinator?
Marco Valdez.
And is that person in all the schools at all levels, or just that one person roves around, or?
Yes, she goes to all of the school sites, but then we also have Angel Lucero, who is specifically at the elementary, and we expanded her position out from Enos Garcia to Ranchos Elementary and Arroyos del Norte. And so they're going to be collaborating more this school year with each other to ensure that the program is fully implemented in all schools.
Is that
or in
person
all
also
classrooms.
an SEL?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Guess who's up next? You. We're going to have a first reading for consideration of revision to Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy. Is that a 1 or an I?
The board policy, that is I.
I 7450, graduation exercises by Ms. Renetta Mondragon, Associate Superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Spray, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. What we have before you tonight is the revision or the potential revision of our school board policy I-7450, which would change our graduation exercises policies. So what it's really looking at is taking into consideration tribal regalia and ensuring that our Native American students or any students who have tribal affiliation or Pueblo affiliation are not penalized for utilizing any of the regalia during graduation ceremonies. As a school district, we have implemented this without a policy, but there was a House bill, which was House Bill 163, which did change state statute to specifically name this. And so what we would be doing tonight in the first reading is reading the section where it does state no students who is enrolled or eligible for enrollment in a federally recognized Indian nation, tribe, or Pueblo shall be prohibited from wearing tribal regalia or objects of cultural significance along with or attached to a cap or gown, or from wearing tribally significant footwear or other items or apparel under a gown at graduation ceremonies or public school events. Tribal regalia means a tribe's traditional dress or recognized objects of religious or cultural significance, including tribal symbols, jewelry, beading, and feathers. The superintendent shall develop procedures to implement this tribal regalia requirement. And I would just like to say Taos Municipal School District has again been following this as our relationship has continued with Taos Pueblo.
And I want
With
to
that, I
commend the
s-
Native American program that we have because we were already doing this. It's just now the state has caught up with.
Okay.
So with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions? Nope. Okay, want to move right, stay right where you are and move on? For the first reading for consideration of revision to Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy J 4600, graduation exercises. Again, Renetta Mondragon, Associate Superintendent. Thank you.
Vice President Spray, members of the board, Superintendent Layton. The second policy that you have before you involves student discipline, and this is connected with the graduation, the graduation exercises as well. But with this whole revision of Senate or the Senate Bill 163, and then that revision in the state statute, this would just be a revision to our policy where it would make clear that no students would be able to be disciplined for wearing their traditional regalia.
I have a question. The first one you read was 136, not 163. Was that a typo or is that a different bill?
It was I-7450.
The first one that you did,
Oh, House Bill 163.
it's a typo?
Oh, was it?
Okay, never mind. So just, yeah, let's 163. So we'll change it on our.
Okay,
Okay.
my apologies.
No problem. Just curious, just me and numbers, you know, crazed.
Thank you for catching that.
All right. So that's great for the first reading. Then you're going to put it on as a second reading? Or are we going to do it?
Correct. We do have to take action to approve at least the
Yeah.
first reading so that we can bring it back to the next second reading.
Okay. So what is your recommendation?
So my recommendation on the board policy review is to approve the first reading, 10.2, of consideration to the revisions of the Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy I-7450 graduation exercises as presented by Associate Superintendent Mondragon, as well as 10.3, first reading of consideration of revision to Taos Municipal Schools Board Policy J 4600 graduation exercises as presented by Associate Superintendent Renetta Mondragon.
Any discussion? No? Yes?
So it should be 163 for both.
Yes.
Just wanna make sure.
No problem. Okay, do you want to make a motion? Would you make a motion, please? Thank you. Ten point two, 10.3.
I'll make a motion for the first. I make a motion for the first reading for the consideration for Taos Municipal School Board Policy I-7450 graduation exercise presented by Superintendent Renetta Mondragon, first reading. And as well as 10.3, first reading for consideration for revision of Taos Municipal School Board Policy J 4600 graduation exercise, also presented by Associate Superintendent Renata Mondragon.
Second, Anna, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes, thank you, Board Member King. All right, thank you, Associate Superintendent Mondragon. Next, we have item 12, new business. Does anyone need a comfort break quickly? 5 minutes, nothing, ready to go? Okay, anyone else need one? Would you like one?
Sure.
Okay,
Make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion for a 5-minute comfort break. I need a second.
Second.
Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. So it's 9:01. If you're not back by 9:06, we're moving on without you. Ian, your firm has somebody on the Think New Mexico board, don't they also? Module Sperling?
Yeah.
There's a woman. I've met her. Yeah. Yep. There you go. All right. Maria, where's the bell? I love that thing. It's so much fun. It's so awesome. I'm gonna have so many breaks so that we can have the bell call us back from recess. It's like recess. All right. Okay, we need a motion to come back from the bathroom break, correct? Okay. I make a motion that we resume business after our comfort break. Second?
A second.
Lana, it's ridiculous.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. All right, now we are on new business and there's lots of it. We got to roll right through it. We can. 12.1, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of resolution calling for a regular school district election to be held in the Taos Municipal School District Number 1, County of Taos, State of New Mexico, on November 4th, 2025, for the purpose of voting on general obligation school bonds. Dr. Antonio Layton Jr., Superintendent.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King. So before you here, you have the resolution for the bond for the November bond election. Of course, if approved as a resolution that we do have to do as part of the bond requirements. What I do want to say is, because I know we always like to honor the time of those that will visit us. I did talk to Stiefel earlier. We were going to do this virtually, but they did come so that we could have maybe put it a little bit ahead of time. But Nick and I did discuss to make sure that, we want to honor his time. So I do have Stiefel up here that can specifically talk, and Ian, who can specifically talk about the resolution, the timeline, and what importance for tonight would be.
Thank you, Dr. Layton, Vice President Spray, and the board for having us here tonight. I'm Nick from Stiefel Public Finance. We serve as the district's municipal bond advisor. I'm going to keep the presentation relatively short tonight. A lot of it is the same as what my colleague Brad Angst presented last month and what we've been discussing over the last year or so leading up to this election. But I do want to draw your attention to page 3 in the presentation booklet I provided. We got the updated assessed valuations from the Public Education Department about 2 weeks ago that show the preliminary 2025 values. Does show continued growth here in the community of Taos, another 2% or so increase in the residential and non-residential value. That goes to support the comments that we've been telling you that the district can afford a $50 million bond. You can do so with a relatively small impact, somewhere around the $2 mil or $2 range. And then from there, you would be able to qualify potentially for some significant state funding through either matching dollars or some of those waiver programs that exist out there. And then the, other page to take a look at would be page 11. That one does show what the estimated tax increase is and some of those matching options. None of that has changed. If anything, that $2 mil increase looks like we might be a little under it now if we continue to see some of that growth here in the community. So we think it'll be a relatively modest impact for the average resident, somewhere in the, we'll call it $8 to $15 range. A lot of that will depend and vary based off the value of the homes that they have. And then just for reference, page 12 does show kind of our estimated plan of finance and how we've looked at the mill levy over time and tried to make sure that we can stay under kind of that $2 increase. Currently, your residential mill levy is at 5.4. We're predicting somewhere in the 7.1 to 7.2 range. Yes.
Our packet only goes to page 9, just so you know.
Okay.
It's
Good to
complex to look at page.
This is the plan of finance I had mentioned then. I will
Okay.
follow up with Dr. Layton on it. I apologize. This one details out kind of just the exact repayment schedule and then shows our math on the right-hand side so you can see what that mill levy impact is. Apologize, it's not in the presentation there. So-
One of them and they can make a copy real quick so we can have it.
Yeah.
Well, it's here, isn't it?
No.
Isn't, yeah, this is it.
Oh, got it.
Oh,
Okay.
It's 8.
Yeah, it's 8
Here's,
pages.
okay.
Okay.
I gave
got
you
it.
guys a condensed version. I have a couple extra slides in here
Okay.
in case questions came up.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member King. So yes, page 8 then shows our plan of finance, and that would be kind of our math to help prove up the work that it would be a little bit under a $2 increase on the residential tax rate. Again, if we do continue to see some of that growth, then that would bring it down. Our plan is based off of really no growth once the bonds are sold, just as a safety net, and then anything from there would be a positive to help drive down that overall tax rate. Plan of finance is to sell it over a 15-year repayment schedule that minimizes the overall impact. And then if collections do come in ahead, there's always the ability to repay those bonds early.
The 15-year,
Yes, ma'am.
and I like that. I had done my math, and you have here impact on the taxpayers to the year. Because on that first page, it's, no, not on the first page, but on one of the pages, it's like, let's see,
Page
for
four.
400,000, page 7, it's $22.22. On the $2 mill increase, but over here, the impact to the taxpayers. So if you take, let's say your home is worth 350,000, the yearly would be $233. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it will, like you said, vary, especially as you move up into the Ski Valley and some of the more expensive homes in the
Yes,
community.
and then again, the
And-
500, there's the scale is there, and you can
I
do the math.
think the average in Taos right now is somewhere in the 340 range, if I remember correctly from when we looked. So that's why we tried to show kind of the 200,000 to 300,000 range for the average resident.
That's why I chose like the 350 would be like $233. Now the 500,000 is $333 per year. So
That's correct. And then one thing that maybe is worth reminding all the residents, they do have, that tax increase that is $230 or $300 a year, but it does unlock pretty significant funding from the state, kind of in that chart above it. With that tax increase, the district could potentially get somewhere in the $20 to $30 million matching funds from the state. And that can go a long way to not only work on just a school project, but also some of those other Title IX issues you've mentioned around softball fields, bathrooms, and just improving a lot of small projects as well. And I think Ian's going to follow up on the legal matters about what you're actually approving. So but as a board, you guys don't have the ability to approve the bond. You're simply asking voters to put it on a ballot in November. Thank you all.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, what I do want to say is that some of the verbiage in the particular resolution was adjusted to include a possibility of teacher housing. So I just wanted to make that as a mention, given that the latest news is about the affordability of where we're at.
In which resolution?
The resolution that's here before us.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
It's in our.
Okay. Yeah, it's not in here. It's in the
No.
packet. Yeah, got it. Okay. Hi,
Chair,
welcome again.
Board and district staff, thanks for having us tonight. As we just discussed, my name is Ian Bearden. I'm with the Modrell Sperling Law Firm. We're bond counsel to the school district. So we're going to help you get from the potential adoption of this election resolution all the way through to the closing of the bond. So the resolution before you today is calling for an election to ask the voters to approve up to $50 million worth of general obligation school district bonds. The statute under which those bonds would be issued has a pretty broad range of project types that those monies can be spent on. And the question that is going to be included in the election on November 4th, 2025, includes all of those broad purposes that under the statute, the monies could be spent on. It doesn't mean that the district would necessarily spend money on any one of those particular purposes, but it authorizes the district to spend monies on any number of those purposes. The question is presented in both English and Spanish as required by law. And then the only other real action item that is approved by the resolution is delegating authority to district staff and the members of the board to deliver this resolution to the county clerk, which is the legal process for getting the question onto the November election.
What's the timing on that? When does that have to go to the county clerk?
It would need to be delivered before August 26th of 2025.
Yeah.
And so we do have a little bit of time, but it would be, ideal to get it in as early as possible.
You're going to take it in the morning on your way out of town.
We certainly can. So there's not much else that goes on in this resolution. It's really just the first step of kicking off this process, assuming that the voters do approve the issuance of the $50 million in bonds. Then we would come back and there would be an authorizing legislation that you would approve to actually have the district itself approve the issuance of bonds that have been authorized by the voters.
And who is, for us to sell it in the community, are you the person who's going to come up here and give us some bullet points to sell it? Or does someone else, do you do that? Do you do that? Who does that?
So
Sam, that's
yeah,
you?
so that would
Okay.
be Stiefel. As bond counsel, we really help with the legal process of getting the bonds issued.
Okay,
Nick and his team will have a lot more information about the finances of the district and how that money is going to be spent. Pass
Okay.
it back to him.
Like Ian mentioned, if the election is successful, we would come back to get another resolution approved by the board to actually begin selling those bonds. That's when Stiefel would come to you, present different methods of sale. One of them would be the New Mexico Finance Authority. You also have the option to go through a public market sale and sell the bonds to other investors.
okay.
The NMFA has traditionally been a lower cost option, but we'll come back and present all those options
Okay.
next year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If I may, I think your question might have been, how are we going to pitch this to the voter as a good thing for them to vote on?
Correct.
And I think there are probably a number of ways that can be done, but that's really in the board's discretion of how to undertake that process.
Mhm.
And we're certainly happy to help as we can, but I'm not certain that having a lawyer stand up and say you should vote for this is.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking that you would do that. I'm just thinking that if we're all going to be expected to take this to the community
Mhm.
and speak eloquently about it, it would be good to.
Yeah,
to
and
do that.
I think a lot of that will come down to the projects that the district decides to fund with
Yeah.
these proceeds.
Right.
And it's a lot easier to, pitch to the voter a new elementary school than it is, $50 million in debt.
Mhm.
And so there is potentially some work, and I know Taos can be a place where people pay really close attention to this type of thing, which is not the case everywhere. And I think in general, that's a good thing. But it is, it means that you might have to do some legwork to make sure
Definitely.
people understand what it is that they're voting on.
Maybe
Yes.
quick, that was part of the other thought with the bond committee as well. The language is very broad and people might not go vote yes or no if they don't understand it.
Right.
So if the committee can help narrow down the projects, tell residents
Uh-huh.
what the actual smaller projects are, then I think that'll go a long way in helping everybody in November.
That's a great point.
Vice
Okay.
President,
I feel more, less concerned.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, so it's been my experience and through some of the bond processes that the more detail we provide to the community, the more comfort that they know the impact of their pennies. And so for example, this amount will go to this for this reason, but providing as much detail, but in a readable fashion. And what I mean by that is not 10 pages of just
Right.
bullet, but graphical as well. So I'll refer to some of the experiences that I've had in bond components to be able to see with the committee how we can really make sure that the person, the community member that we are going to present this to, they fully understand where their pennies and dollars are going and fully understand that what we do with this can impact the next 30 years.
And my
Yes,
comment.
go ahead, Secretary.
I like the match that is available now, and that is going to be should be a huge selling point.
Mhm.
Should
Is
be, and it's
because, again, our local contribution is up to 50 million, but the state contribution is 29,230,000, and for a total of 79 million.
that match is approved through fiscal year 2027 right now, which gives us plenty of time to talk to the residents, have an election, sell bonds in early 2026, and then go to PSFA and PSCOC, I guess next summer would be possible.
And the other comment I'd like to make is that, again, in order to attract people coming to Taos, the children they always look at the schools. So to me, I think getting our schools up to a different level in structure and accommodating, what we do have for our children is really, really important, I think, to the parents and should be to us.
Yes, ma'am. And like Dr. Layton said, it's a good opportunity to right-size the district for the next 30 years and build new facilities at a lower cost than you maybe otherwise could. That'll last a long time. Thank you all.
Anyone have any other questions for either of these gentlemen?
Oh, no.
No?
Thank you so much.
I have another one.
Okay, here's another one.
And the other one is, when you think of, let's say on the 350,000, the $233 a year, that's a small contribution that we make as property owners to our children, to the greatest asset that our community has, and that is our children.
We're sending you around to sell them. You're doing great.
Very nice way of wording.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, again, I've been through the bond process, and
Break it out on a monthly basis. Hopefully it's, a pizza or two, and it's a
Yeah.
little more affordable when you look at it that way versus a couple $100 a year. Everyone pays their mortgage on a monthly basis. That's how the tax would be collected. And then
yes,
if they rent their house, they're not necessarily responsible for that property tax, so they can benefit by still sending their kids to the new school
Mhm.
or a school, excuse me.
Any other questions for these two nice gentlemen? Thank you so much for being here. And will you go back to tell your group about those playing cards? Don't ever not have them at your booth. I use them they're in my suitcase. Wherever I travel, I'm playing cards and getting people into playing cards with real cards, they give out decks of cards. I love them. Tell them. And I'm so glad to see you again. Thank you for coming. Yeah, shake hand. Virtual handshake.
Talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Thank
you
you so much.
guys so much. All right, so anyone want to make a motion to possibly approve this? 12.1, we're on 12.1.
you do it and I'll.
Yes, I'm going to get you to. I was just waiting. Yes, I will. I got it right here highlighted. Don't forget to ask him. And I already know what your answer is. What is your recommendation?
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, I recommend the consideration, approval of the resolution calling for a regular school district election to be held in the Taos Municipal Schools District, number 1, County of Taos, State of New Mexico, on November 4, 2025, for the purpose of voting on general obligation school bonds, as presented by Stiefel and myself.
Anyone want to make a motion? So moved. So moved. Second,
Second,
Anna? Please.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. High five. Got it done. Thank you again. Safe travels. Hmm. Okay, now the next one
The agenda at the very end. So that they.
yeah, next time they shouldn't be on the.
So,
We've-
correct,
every
correct.
time they-
And so I wish Nick would come back on this one because he called me this afternoon that he was going to make a visit. So we weren't anticipating him being here. And so he did say, I told him, We do have some of our board members that want to honor your time, so if I had known, we would have brought you a little bit forward, but he goes, Nick did confess, he says, I know, but I just wanted to be there for you. So he
I'm
wasn't.
glad they were
anticipating-
here,
Yes.
but yeah, we should just always,
I thought we could have moved them.
yeah, we could have moved them at the beginning of this. We could have adjusted the agenda. Because they have to drive now through the canyon and that's dangerous at night.
Yes, I did inform Nick that that was the expectation for the next time, so.
Yeah. Thank you for remembering that from last time.
Next time, please.
Okay, this one's going to have some discussion, I think. Discussion, consideration, and possible approval for the purchase. We're on 12.2 for anyone who's not following along. Discussion, consideration, possible approval for the purchase of 11 biometric and Prox reader time clocks from Tyler Technologies in the amount of $38,418. Dr. Antonio Layton Jr., Superintendent.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, this has actually been a long process that we've been working on. Towards the spring, when we were talking about overtime, we're talking about attendance measures, accountability. Our district in particular has no specific measure other than some timesheets that are turned in by hand for a custodian, hourly wage employees to turn in. And so this process has been going on since January to go right ahead and talk about the overtime compensation, clocking in, clocking out. It is part of our CBA agreement as part of what we've been able to go through. So the idea behind these biometric and approximation reader time clocks is so that we can be true to an hourly pay, meaning we're not overpaying or we're not underpaying. And so also on the attendance component, security purpose-wise, if there was an emergency at a particular school site, by having the clock in, clock out, the biometrics, as well as the card readers, in the case of emergency, we have a list of who is there and who's not there. And so what you have before you here is the proposal to go ahead and purchase these clocks so that we can begin the process of installation and getting the card readers. So that way our hourly employees and actually all our staff, that's inclusive of me, will be using this at every facility.
Questions from the board? I have a question. Is there a maintenance fee for that, for these?
This particular maintenance fee, no, we do have a 1-year agreement with them for support systems. Of course, after that, it would be at a charge after the first year. But these in particular are, these biometrics in particular are one that only one other school district uses in the state of New Mexico. And we're fortunate to be able to pick up these, but the maintenance fee would be the following year, if at that per item.
Okay, I want to mention to the board that I've heard some feedback in the community that some of the staff is not happy with this idea at all. Not necessarily because they cheat, but because they feel like it implies that we don't trust them. So can we address that, please?
Actually, that's been part of the whole discussions that we've had since the spring. What I can say is that when it talks about the non-trusting, this has nothing to do with non-trusting, but to make sure that if an hourly employee does work X amount of hours, that we can actually pay them the X amount of hours and not shortchange them, or vice versa, to not go ahead and make sure that we're underpaying in particular for the employees. So
So how do they do it now? They turn in a.
they turn a written hand timesheet, yes, ma'am. And so there are times when timesheets are actually, and I'll go back to some of those instances where pay may be a little bit late because timesheets are submitted late. So this is a direct line to our vision system. So I'll give you a sample. I come in, I put in my biometrics or put in my card reader, that goes directly into the vision system. The other component is we do have employees that work during the day as their regular position, right? A custodial, for example, but then they have activities afterwards. And so that activity is now part of what we can have them clock in, clock out so that we can appropriately pay them at the rate that they're doing for that specific activity. And so what I can tell you is time clocks, the first time I ever did this was in 2005. And this was at a campus of 3,000. So what we're really doing is bringing us current with what is already in place.
Okay, what hits me as the right thing to do right here is to maybe put this one on August 6th also, so that all 5 of us could join in on this conversation, because I do know that there's a question, you know, it's a decision to make that I think all 5 of us could weigh in on, given the fact that some of the staff has been upset over it, and we could figure out a way to all talk about it and have everyone understand it as a group, collective. Yeah, I'd rather do. Is that okay with everybody?
And absolutely, and Vice President Spray, if anybody has any specific concerns, they can always come to me as well, as so I can give them an explanation, because,
No, I wish everyone came to you all the time.
well, and it helps because that is
Kidding.
part of what, when somebody brings concerns, so that I can address those without it being
Yeah.
lingering out
Yeah,
there.
I think that's good, but I also think it's good for all 5 of us to be part of this decision.
Can I just have a quick comment?
Yes, please, Secretary, go ahead.
Within using this kind of a system, let's say someone who works overtime, it's calculated correctly. And they're getting paid for exactly, not a more or less time, or an approximate time. It's very, very accurate to where they know they clocked in at that time and they left at that time, and they're gonna get paid for that time. That is just, that really, I feel, and you said it has something to do with a union.
So we've also, part of the negotiation of the CBA is that employees will clock in and clock out. So it is actually an agreement, the union does agree to this.
But again, I think they're seeing that the employee side
Correct.
of this,
The potential of either a short pay or an overpay for that matter, and then we have to collect.
or sometimes they might forget that in their timesheets, you know, that they put it in, and later on trying to correct that, it just lends itself not to very good accountability for a person's time. To me, a person's time worked, they should be paid for the time that they work.
And Secretary Three, if I may to that, there's times that timesheets, for whatever reasons, weren't turned in on time for that payroll. And so they wind up either getting paid late, or they have to go back to the history, when did we work? And so once you do that, then you got to remember when you did work, when you didn't work, which means it could be an overpay or an underpay. This particular system works directly into Visions with the account stream codes. So and if a person, a position like a custodial or a maintenance clocks in, and it goes directly to their account stream code, that how we pay them. And
Did
so
did you get some written quotes on this?
so in this particular one, the reason we went with this one in particular, because it is proprietary to the Vision system.
Is it the only one?
For Visions, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we can discuss some of the particulars when we hit it at the next meeting. I'd like to make a motion that we table item 12.2 to the August 6th meeting.
Second.
Should I read it also?
No, because you,
it once
yes, you
already.
just need to take a vote on the table.
Okay, perfect. You second? We got a motion and a second. Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. All right. 12.3, discussion, consideration, and possible approval for memorandum of agreement between Northwest Regional Educational Cooperative and WREC number 2 for Medicaid covered medical services provided to Title 19 students through the Taos Municipal School District Special Education Program. Dr. Cherry Malaki, Director, Exceptional Programs, and Dolores Patton, NWREC number 2 Medicaid Coordinator. Welcome to both of you. Thanks for being here tonight.
So Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, before Dr. Malaka does begin, I just want to make sure and introduce her as our new Director of Exceptional Programs. She's
Welcome.
been,
Hello, nice to meet you.
She's brought into the first agenda.
Possibly my baptism by fire.
No, then, yeah,
I'll do
possibly
my
it might
best.
be, right?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so glad of having this discussion and initiating a consideration and possible approval for this memorandum of agreement as to Northwest REC and Taos in regards to, I have the purpose of this agreement plus their scope of work and responsibilities. I need to explain that in the Office of Exceptional Programs, we are doing our best together with the help of Superintendent Layton and Associate Superintendent Renata Mondragon. And as you all know, that we are having a lot of challenges in terms of our compliance. That is the reason why we have to put systems in place. And we start with getting a very good support system in terms of our compliance of billing, especially for Medicaid. In connection to this, I would like to point out that it's very important for us to focus on the Title 19 eligible students, which are also part of those students that are considered to be at risk. And this is stipulating that as a district, we are trying our best to ensure that we are addressing the concerns under the Yasi Martinez case and also advocating for the well-being of our students. In my department, I would like to emphasize as well that I'm one with you to ensure that as part of the vision of the department, we are advocating for students' well-being. We are advocating to ensure that there is equitable access to necessary health and support services that is very critical for their educational success. And with this, I would like to say that we are thinking of looking into a possibility of partnering with the NWREC, number 2, to talk about how we maximize or how we put systems in place so that we could be compliant with, number 1, claim submission, 2, following reimbursement, record keeping, ensuring appropriate billing practices, compliance with regulations, accurate billing and coding. And best of all, with this, if we partner with the NWREC, we would be able to potentially save. And with that figure, I would have to introduce Ms. Lawley to explain to us more of this specific matter. Thank you.
Good evening. So my name is Lolly Patino, and I'm with Northwest Rec Educational Cooperative, number 2. Valerie Trujillo is my director. So what we do is basically, we do the billing for all of the Medicaid services that your district would do. And what that entails, basically, we make sure that all of your providers, so all of your speech therapists, language therapists, they are in compliance with all of the state regulations. We will take care of that for you. So what we do is basically, we get all of their information. We make sure that their licenses are current. As a matter of fact, my personal opinion is that if you have a contracting company that provides you a speech therapist, I make sure that they are in compliance with that provider before they send them to you. That is my way that I work, that you will never have any issue that your providers are not licensed while they are working in your district. So that's what we do. And then the other part is that we do all the billing. So, and how that takes place, it takes place through an actual program. It's called Civic Solutions. And they are a third-party biller for the state. So they're kind of like the liaison between us and the state. And and everything that the district enters into Max Capture, the billing source, then I make sure that all of the providers, everything is being billed as soon as the student is being seen, everything's logged in. I actually work very directly with your director to make sure that she knows the program and she can monitor things, because this is really your program. And then it goes to billing, and it goes to Medicaid, and then it goes for remittance for payment for your reimbursements. After that, we basically have all kinds of where we go in and we, not only is it just the provider, but making sure that your IEPs, so the PCP forms that are required for the state to have, the student have, then we need to make sure that we have those, because if you're ever audited, then we are responsible. And we try to make sure that we have everything so that the school will never fall into any kind of lack of compliance with the state. So we try to keep, I'm actually the coordinator for 8 districts. And so I make sure that everything is in compliance. I stay very close in contact with HCA, PED, and all the state licensing required. There is training that happens and it occurs 3 times a year. Your director would also have to be compliant because the state requires it, whether you're with us or with anybody that they're still required to do. The actual billing, how that works. So the billing portion of it is you have your providers. They bring in more money to you than the admin claim. Admin, basically what they do is they're supporting your district like Dr. Malaki would be a supporter. The providers are bringing you in money. So there's 2 cost pools, cost pool 1 and cost pool 2. And once at the end of the quarter, so this happens not in the school year, but in the calendar year. So 4 times a year, there is MAC invoices that are submitted to the state. MAC is Medicaid Administrative Claims. Whatever you receive that quarter, and it's not always the same because it depends on how much billing there's being done. For example, I sent Dr. Layton an invoice. Basically, it was someone else's, another district, but they made $10,000 this past quarter. And so what we would do is we charge 12%, and that's to help train you. That's help provide everything in compliance with the state, help train your director. And then the other 8% is basically just for billing. So it's 20%. So 10% out of 20% out of the 10,000, it's almost $8,000 that you would be receiving back. And so that would help you to be able to, it would actually help your director. From what I have seen in other districts, it eliminates them to exhaust their time on trying to figure these things out. It is the state changes things, and more so with Medicaid, it's kind of up in the air. So my job is to make sure that whatever happens, even on a political thing, that I am doing and maximizing the best for you on all your remittance from the state for payment. That is what I do. And I love my job because I like to teach your director, anybody, so that they can be able to bring your funds to you. And I'm from just working with the 8 districts, there has been a lot of funds that have not been recouped because there's lack of information. And it's not really their fault. It's just because some districts really, I know some people that have 3 different responsibilities just within their own district. It's the director, the principal, et cetera, et cetera. And so what that does, it helps to alleviate them from this one particular responsibility that is so crucial under your Medicaid program. And so, you got a question?
Well, it's,
Their hand signing.
our president, I think this hits home for him. We talked about this previously, and we are missing 2 of our board meetings, so
Yeah.
I think we hate to have you come back, but it's very encouraging to see with the new leadership, the new director, that you're freeing up her to actually do what she does well at, you know, so I would entertain that we.
Member King, Vice President Spray, Secretary, if I may, in the transition period, what we did find is that there were a few quarters that we didn't collect any billing. And so one of the things that we're trying to do, as a district, we didn't collect funding that we should have collected. The second one is there's a particular fiscal deadline that we have to meet by the state. And so that one of the things that we reviewed before we bring this to the board was, will this maximize our billing and prevent us from losing the reimbursements that we have been this past year?
I have a question. Is it the district employees that provide the information to you? Do our people provide information to you and then you take it from there? Is that how that works?
Basically, yes. So the people that are involved with REC2 would be 1, your finance department, because we do quarterly reporting for your district. And then also the cost report at the end of the year in November. So 1 person in your finance department would provide me reports. and they're ran pretty easily. I think you have Power School, don't you?
Mhm.
That's how they ran, or iVisions.
Mhm.
It's a very quick, and if you have it set, it's pretty quick. It runs really fast.
Okay, I do think that we should probably have this for the whole board, because it's, when we're entering into an MOU with someone, it's fair to have we have two important members that aren't here tonight. Unfortunately, I wasn't aware they weren't going to be here, just one of them.
Okay, so one thing I did want to mention is that, so with the providers that I'm mentioning, every single year or every single quarter, there is a participant list that must be submitted. And that is all your providers, every single provider that you have in your school. The 25th is when it has to be submitted for this quarter. And if you choose to not, so the contract that we're looking at is if you sign it on the 25th, then we can go in and we can take care of everything for you before this new quarter starts. Because our new quarter starts for billing, for state billing, is on January 25th. And so if you choose to wait, then that would have to wait until October. It
I
only
think-
starts every quarter.
Do you not, I think Ms. Fidalgo can probably help get that done this time, don't you?
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, that's part of the discussions that we had. This past year, we lost quite a bit of money. And the reason I'm saying that is because that is with the current consultants that we do have. And so
She's online. I'm gonna ask
she
her a
was
question.
online. I'm not sure if she still is.
It says Maria, is that Maria
That's
Fidalgo?
Maria.
No.
Is she?
Yes.
Okay, Maria?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes,
Okay.
hi, this is Vice President Spray, would you please weigh in on this? We're thinking of tabling it, and then there's an issue with timing, which the board doesn't like when the things are coming to us at the very last, that we don't have any room. Would you weigh in on what you think about this, please? Would you be able to, in other words, would you be able to help with this quarterly report on the 25th? It's due on the 25th, or you do it on the 25th?
It's not a quarterly report, it's a participant.
Participant list. Would you be able to handle that so that we can have the whole board discuss this at the next meeting? Or I'd like to hear what you think about this.
Yeah, the participant list is already on the Fairbanks program. The district needs to update it to see if something was added. So the special ed, the exceptional programs director needs to, check if she has new providers, new ancillaries. She just need to add them. If we have new staff for special ed, that needs to be added. So that information comes from the program director, on new staffing. And if someone left, it needs to be dropped from the, the participant list. So I'm not sure because, we have a new director. I don't know if she will be able to provide that information. We can help her, yes, because we pay, in the business office, but and then you guys have approved the contracts for the ancillary services. So we can assist with that for now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that very much. So Ms. Fidalgo said that she could help get that done for this particular participant list, and adding any new providers, or you particularly, new special ed staff. And that way we could.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, and Board Member King. I still need to, be familiar with all the names, and I love your names so much. So as of now, I have the list on my table, but I still have to have that. I still have to make sure that these lists are the current list, because some people are out, some people are not active, or I still have to have that. But I have that list, and we're going to make sure that it's going to be submitted before the 25th. In fact, I am thinking, hopefully I will be able to submit tomorrow.
Okay, nice. And have
Then
you
I will
worked
be
with Ms.
working with Miss Maria.
You've worked with Miss Maria, you know her, or you've worked with her?
I have not yet worked with her and Miss Maria. I think we just need to have that collaboration started as quick as we could so that we could have that compliance submission on the 25th or before the 25th. That's my job for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks, Maria. How do y'all feel about this? I don't want to push this. I don't want to push you guys to do anything you don't feel good about. I just think with entering into an MOU, it's good to have the whole board feel like they want to agree with that. Because there's a cost to the district to have you do it, even though it sounds like you're really good at it. It will be a cost to the
It's
district.
very minimal. As a matter of fact, like I said, out of the $10,000 that they were able to receive, we received $2,000. That is our cost.
Mhm.
We're not charging anything else. The other thing that if we do get an approval, I have committed myself to Dr. Malaki to help her to do everything that she needs to do. That is my goal for every single district, is to make sure that they know the actual regulations and laws by the state. Those are the most important. And then the other ones is how to be able to handle the licensing of what they need to do to enter into Power School, Max Capture, and I help her through all that so that she can become very comfortable with what she is doing. Because sometimes when we are not very well informed, that is how I have discovered through other districts that a lot of things have been missing. Monies have not been submitted because they did not know that they had to submit 25153, which is your Medicaid money.
It sounds like you do provide a really valuable service. I'm just wondering on the timing of it.
No, I'm very encouraged with your, that you have other districts, you know, many districts that you do business. That's just a lot. That speaks volumes in what you do. And I can just tell by your demeanor, you're very comfortable in what you do.
Mhm.
We're just short, you know, we have a quorum and just our fellow board members, especially our president and also board member Concha, I believe, you know, with in regard to Dr. Malaki, we just want to, you know, have everyone on board. We're excited as much as you guys are of moving forward in the right direction. So it's just a matter, I think it's just a courtesy, and I'm gonna defer to Vice President Spray because I believe it's only proper. And
Susan's reading the fine print. If you want to take a little longer, she's reading the fine
No, I
print.
think that, just as a courtesy to the other board members so that they can be familiar with what it is that you're going to do for the schools. I think they'd love to be able to hear
yes,
where we're at
And they'll
this
know,
point in
too.
time
and we don't have to
with our
explain it to them.
compliance issues and what this memorandum of agreement, by signing it, what is our role and what is your role?
Vice
You know,
President
very
Spray.
defined.
Yes,
And that's the
Renetta.
purpose of the relationship. Again,
My apologies.
Yes.
Vice President
Yes.
Spray, Secretary Treehill and Dr. Layton, I do want to make sure that you do know we did send this before our legal team. There were some revisions that were made, but they were minimal revisions that we can go over with you as well. My concern would be the billing component of this, as we've had somebody in who hasn't had the experience on what billing looks like for the district. There is a large stack of billing that does need to be gone through.
Well,
for-
Ms. Fidalgo has experience in that.
Okay,
I just think that
Okay.
we all kind of feel that way, and you don't have to come back. You could just present on Zoom, or just, if they have questions, they'll ask you. You don't have to drive back. Or I don't know, where are you from, Albuquerque? Farmington, yeah, Farmington. That's a beautiful place. Yeah, you're not driving home tonight, are you?
No.
Okay, good. But you can do Zoom, and what's fine, Maria can set you up on our, yeah, don't think that you have to come back at all for that. Because it sounds really good. It's just, it's a matter of consideration for the others that are here.
Consideration on my part, if it's through your approval, I still would like to be able to help Dr. Malaki in what she needs for this coming 25th. That is crucial. And be able to submit her participant list, or you're going to have to wait until October to receive any funds.
Why don't you work that out with Maria Fidalgo and let that be Maria's in your decision? Okay?
We trust the judgment and the wisdom of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you guys want to make a motion? No? Yes? I'll do it. I'm going to make a motion that we table 12.3 to the next meeting so that, as with the one before, that our whole board is here to make that, to have a conversation with that decision.
Second.
Okay, Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And try not to bring us things at the last with that kind of a deadline.
So Vice President Spray, the only reason I brought it to you at this point is part of the transition and reviewing of the records from the prior director. We found that there was quite a bit of information that was not submitted. Therefore, the district lost a lot of funding that we should have had as a reimbursement. The only reason I brought it to you today was because in that transition with a deadline, I was hoping that we wouldn't potentially lose more funding by doing this as a turnkey. So this was something that I learned in the last few days as we go through the transition and review of records. And otherwise, I would not have brought it to the board if I didn't feel that it was necessary for approval.
Okay, well, we just did what we thought was best. And I do think with Maria Fidalgo on the case, she's very thorough. I think they'll be able to get through it. It sounded like it's pretty easy what they need to add and
Yeah,
subtract.
and Ms. Fidalgo and the finance department, it's part of the process they do.
Yes.
But not necessarily the submissions. But we will do our very best.
Okay, great. Thank you. Call me and yell at me if it doesn't go well. All right, or yell at us. All right, 12.4, discussion, consideration, and possible approval for the agreement between Taos Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for Power School. And how do you say that? TNET services in the amount of $2,450. Director of Federal Programs, Melissa Eager. Is she not here, is she? She's online? There she is. Okay. Welcome. Hi, Miss Eager. Okay. Almost there.
Hear us? Ms. Eager, can you hear us?
She just disappeared.
No, she's right there.
There she is. She can hear us?
Seems like she can't unmute. I'm requesting for her to unmute.
Oh, okay.
And Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, Ms. Eager was under the weather, so she's graciously joining us through Zoom, so.
Hello, Vice President Spray, board members, Superintendent, Dr. Layton, and any community members. I have some contracts to bring before you. This is a normal contract that we do every year with Taos Charter School to support them with their Power School and TriNet reporting.
Hey, does anyone have any questions on this? No?
Hi, Ms. Ziegler. Is this the same as last year? I said the amount? This board member key.
The amount has increased slightly. We found that for several years, the Power School costs for the district were increasing, and we were not increasing any of the costs for the charter schools. So we have increased these slightly.
What does slightly translate to?
$200. $200.
Thanks. Yes, thank you for looking at those numbers.
That means we were eating those. We're taking a loss.
Yes.
That is what I had seen when I reviewed the contracts that we had over the years that had remained stable while our Power School contracts costs were going up.
Okay. Any discussion, questions from the board? No? Okay, I'd love to entertain a motion from one of you. Twelve point four. Yes, I'm sorry. I had it here highlighted too. It's right here. I had it right there to remember. Sorry, I forgot again. Sorry.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, recommend the approval of the agreement between the Taos Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for Power School and TNET services in the amount of $24.50 as presented by Director of Federal Programs, Ms. Melissa Eager.
Now, I'd love a motion. No, I don't think we'll run them together. They're separate. We can't. They're two separate schools. Yeah, we need a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion for
Thank you.
12.4. Approval from Taos Charter, Taos Municipal School for Power Schools, and also TNET services amount of $2,450 presented by Melissa Agnew, Director of Federal Programs.
I'll second it with including the word agreement. Possible approval for the agreement between Taos Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for Power School and TNET services in the amount of $2,450, sorry. Okay, Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. The one good thing about being shorter board members is the voting goes faster, doesn't it? Okay, now we're on 12.5, discussion, consideration, and possible approval for the agreement between Anansi Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for the same thing, Power School and TNET services in the amount of $1,950. Melissa Eager.
So this is the same contract with a different entity. They are reviewing the contract today at their school board meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. Any questions, discussion? No? Yes, I'm going to ask him next. I was just making sure you didn't have a question. Go ahead.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King, recommend approval of the agreement between Anansi Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for Power School and TNET services in the amount of $1,950.
Thank you, Dr. Layton. Yes, make a motion.
I'll make a motion
Thank you.
to approve the agreement between Anasat Charter School and Taos Municipal Schools for Power School and TNET services in the amount of $1,950.
Second it. Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes. Thank you, Anna. Okay, 12.6, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of the agreement between Anansi Charter School and the Taos Municipal Schools for transportation services in the amount of I'm just, yeah, it's not on the same page. It's on the back. Oh, there it is. I see it. I'm sorry. It's on the next page over here. Of $11,564. Melissa Eager again. Thank you all for your help. Melissa, do you want to talk about that, or Samantha? Are you?
You have
So I can speak on that. Melissa, she did, we worked together on the MOU, so when she uploaded her diligent, it came under her name, but I did come to speak on it.
Oh,
If there's
okay.
any questions. So good evening, Dr. Layton, Vice President Spray, members of the board. Hope you're all doing good tonight.
Yeah, we are.
Tired.
We are. Hope you are. We're having fun tonight.
So I stand for any questions. This MOU is, this is annually, we do this. We provide transportation service for Anansi Charter School. This year, the amount is slightly increased. We applied a 3% increase to it to account for cost of inflation for fuel, operation maintenance, and other expenses.
So go ahead. Do anyone else have a question? I have a question. Do we not provide transportation to Taos Charter?
We used to. They've opted not to pay our fee, or so they don't offer transportation service to their students.
Okay, and so the transportation to Anansi means from town, the kids going out there?
We do have shuttle stops. We have a stop at the public library. We have one at K-Tau. So parents collectively take their students to these areas, and we provide transportation for those parents that can't get out there due to the location.
And how did you figure out the 11,564? Because doesn't our bus go on to Arroyos from Anansi?
No, it's a separate route.
It's a different bus?
Yes, it's a different bus.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then erase my question.
Yes.
Now I understand.
So the
Okay.
amount had not been changed for several years again, and Melissa and I noticed that last year. So we applied a slight increase last year, and we did the same because fuel costs,
Yeah.
parts are not going down, so.
In my mind, I thought it was maybe the same bus that went just a little further.
No,
but
we
thank you
provide
for
a
clearing
separate
that
one.
up.
It's for them.
Okay, go ahead, Secretary Trujillo.
You mentioned the 3% increase. Would you, for the future, double check what the consumer index is, because I believe that it's gone up.
Yes.
So again.
Yes, and I did try to, when I did put the 3%, that's in taking into consideration that we follow the Taos Municipal Schools calendar. So they have some days that are outside of our calendar that we don't provide service to them for.
I see.
Yes.
But that doesn't have any relevance on the.
No, and I can definitely check that. I did not want to apply the full percentage at the time based on that part. But I can definitely check that.
That's okay. And let me know, just because.
Yes, I will do that.
I'm just because I'm curious, because I just heard that it had changed.
And I'm not sure what it is, but I will look at it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good question. Good question. How would you two like to address this? 12.5, I think. 12 point,
We need a recommendation.
12.6, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll get that next. Your turn. Mr. Green Tie.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Member King. I recommend the approval of the agreement between the Anansi Charter Schools and Taos Municipal Schools for transportation services in the amount of $11,564 as presented by Ms. Eager, Director of Federal Programs, and Samantha Martinez from Transportation.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the agreement between Anansi Charter Schools and Taos Municipal Schools for transportation services in the amount of $11,564 as presented.
Second.
Okay, Anna?
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
So late.
Yeah, right. You probably want to be moved
Smiling.
up on the agenda too, don't you? Everybody wants to be moved up. Okay, 13 future topics. We mentioned two tonight, bullying and cell phone issue, which I saw you write down.
Yes,
Dr.
correct.
Layton.
Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, before we do start, Member King,
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that tonight is the last board meeting for Anna. And I just wanted to recognize her tonight before we do close for all the public.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
The girls have something special in mind, just so you know. The women on the board will take care of our secretary next week. But thank you for bringing that up in front of everyone. Wait till you retire. The women really do it right here, don't we? All right.
You're not retiring, right?
No, you're not yet. Yeah, no. But you'll have a party when you do, I'll tell you that. All right, I have to bring up something I don't think you guys know about, which President Mark and Audrey Harmio asked me to schedule a short executive session, if we can do it, on Tuesday at 5:30, the 29th. The purpose of doing that is, there's a request by Mark and Audrey to extend the special audit just to include and address some additional information that's coming in from other agencies, specifically the Attorney General.
Okay, perfect.
So that, and then also 5:30 on Tuesday, if you can do it, that's best for both of them. And then also we're gonna, there's gonna be one personnel issue on that same executive session, but I'm gonna let the attorneys write I don't know how to write all this stuff. So the attorneys will do it. And I don't want to mention names because it's personnel, but it falls under executive. So it'll be two items on that. The forensic audit and then one personnel issue. Okay. So can you do the 29th? Can you do the 29th? And you're going to be there too. She's going to still work a little bit. She'll be here through Wednesday. Okay, the next, anyone else have anything else on future topics you want brought up? 29th, 5:30. Aquí in Taos.
Text me because I didn't bring my phone or I put it on my calendar.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll text you. Okay, upcoming Taos Municipal Schools Board meeting, will be an executive session. We have to put that agenda together right away, don't we? When do we have to post it?
That is correct. So if I'm expecting language from the attorneys, it's 72 hours by regulation. So from Tuesday, Monday, Sunday, Saturday, I would have to
So
post,
this-
we
just
would
by
have to post
Friday.
it by Saturday. So
You want it by Friday?
I would need the language by tomorrow, yes,
Yeah, okay. Well, tomorrow's Thursday.
or by Friday.
Okay, but tomorrow would be fine too. Okay, good. Well, I'll see that that gets to you unless Mark decides to, he's in Atlanta, so I'll probably get a hold of her and have her do that. Okay. Upcoming Towson Municipal Schools Board meeting, the regular one will be August 6th, correct? At 6 o'clock here in this room. Okay, anyone else have anything else? Ready to roll?
Well, I just want to wish Anna the best going into the classroom. It's really encouraging to see that from the board. She's now putting her boots on the ground with the kids. So we only wish you the very best.
I think she'd like it if we went and read to her class.
Oh, I think you can put us down. Just let us know, please.
You'll be so good at
Wish you the
that.
best.
You'll be great at it. I have a question before we leave, or we're gonna adjourn, but before that, we have this, does this need to be signed tonight? It says in here, upon roll call, the following members were found to be present. We actually aren't. We'll just sign for ourselves and then you're gonna get this to them. Okay. So would you guys sign this before you leave?
Yeah.
It's for the bond issue. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Anything else? Dr. Layton, anything else? Would you like to say anything else?
Just an adjournment if.
Yes, we're going to do that next. Okay, move to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all so much. It's been so much fun tonight. I've actually had a good time. The time is